परमशिवोऽहम् ॐ नित्यानन्द 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 ॐ नित्यानन्द परमशिवोऽहम् 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 Shivoham. Om Nithyananda Paramashivoham. 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 Om Nithyananda Shivoham. Om Nithyananda Paramashivoham. 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 Om Nithyananda Shivoham. Om Nithyananda Paramashivoham. 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 Om Nithyananda Shivoham. Om Nithyananda Paramashivoham. 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 Shivoham. Om Nithyananda Paramashivoham. 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 Om Nithyananda Paramashivoham.
Nithyanandam Paramasukadam Kevalam Jnanamurtim Dvandvatitam Gagana Sadrisham Tattvamasya Dilaksham Ekam Nityam Vimalamachalam Sarvadi Sakshi Bhutam Bhavatitam Tribunarahitam Sadgurum Tam Namami. Nithyananda, we welcome all the viewers to today's Devi Parashakti Bhava Samadhi Darshan and Akashic readings, which will happen very shortly with none other than the Supreme Point of Hinduism, Jagadguru Mahasannidhanam, His Divine Holiness Bhagwan Nithyananda Parameshwar. We welcome you all to the introduction segment of Devi Parashakti Bhava Samadhi Darshan. Today's session, you will cover the introduction to the program, the demonstration of extraordinary powers of third eye, which will be happening very shortly. We'll be learning about who Devi Parashakti is, what are Akashic readings, how can we benefit by attending, experiencing an Akashic reading, the Darshan Diksha and Akashic reading by Devi Parashakti herself, manifesting through the Nija avatar of the Supreme Point of Hinduism, and the manifestation of extraordinary powers of third eye, which you will be initiated and you will be demonstrating to people around you. Now, what is Bhava Samadhi Darshan? First, we'll be breaking it down. Samadhi means one with the source, and Bhava means aspect or attitude. So, put together, it is being one with the source through this aspect. Definition of Bhava Samadhi is the aspect you choose through the Bhava. Being one with the source Samadhi is Bhava Samadhi. Knowing this aspect Bhava is ultimate Adi, and being in oneness Sama, with that is Bhava Samadhi. Science of Bhava Samadhi Darshan is that the divine cosmic beings are real. They manifest from Kailasa, the enlightened time-space zone, through deities and incarnations. The divine cosmic beings manifest through the Archa Avatara in temples, that's the deities, through the Bhava Samadhi Darshan, in Nija Avataras, like through the incarnations, which you will be witnessing again in today's Bhava Samadhi Darshan. You'll be witnessing the manifestation of Devi herself through the body of the Nija Avatara, that's the Supreme Point of Hinduism. Bhava Samadhi Darshans, the benefits of Bhava Samadhi Darshans, understand your latent potential energy will actually be awakened, and the Kundalini Shakti will also awaken, which enables you to manifest extraordinary abilities like third eye awakening, ability to have remote vision, different power manifestations of Paramashiva himself. This influx of superconscious energy visibly slows down the aging process and improves immunity to diseases. With increasing levels of coherence, the whole brain comes alive, turning into a superconductor of conscious energies that heal, empower, and transform lives. Having darshan, even a glimpse, brings lasting transformations in us, and cleansing lifetimes of karma also happens. And the superconscious breakthrough, like hitting the reset button on a being when you experience Bhava Samadhi Darshan. And during the Bhava Samadhi Darshan, our neurons mirror that of the avatar. The mirror neurons activate and process all the observed moments of information of the avatar just by seeing. That is, our entire body silently and without movement recreates what is happening distances far away, experiences superconscious energy irradiated by the avatars. Akashic readings is not prediction. It is reading from the cosmic archives. There is no such thing as past, present, and future, and beyond space, creation, and destruction that happen simultaneously. In dimension of times, that's the past, present, and future. But in Akashic records, there's no past, present, and future. There is only happening, happened, and yet to happen. Now we'll be looking into a small introduction on who exactly the Supreme Point of Hinduism is. The Supreme Point of Hinduism, Jagadguru Mahasanidhanam, His Divine Holiness Bhagavan Nithyananda Parameshwar, is a reviver of Kailasa, a macrocosmic, ancient, enlightened Hindu civilizational nation. The Supreme Point of Hinduism is a 1008th incarnation of Paramashiva as per Hinduism, recognized by his preceders who are enlightened masters and adepts. The Supreme Point of Hinduism has made the science of power manifestation, yoga, and temple-based universities as lifestyles for humanity. He is also ordained as the 233rd Guru Mahasanidhanam, Pontiff of Kanchi Kailasa Sarvajna Peetham, Tonde Mandala Matilam, the incumbent emperor of Suryavamsha Surani Samrajyam, and he is also the present 293rd Jagadguru Mahasanidhanam, the Pontiff of Kailasa Sonada Shamala Peetha Sarvajna Peetham, and his ancient apex body of Hinduism. He is the present 23rd Guru Mahasanidhanam of Dharma Mukti Svargaparam Adina, elected as the Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism by a congregation of over 1,000 leaders on us. So you can keep going on about the Supreme Point of Hinduism. Now we'll be moving on to the next segment, and that is a demonstration of the extraordinary powers. So we'll be looking into a small introduction right after a short break.
Om Nithyananda Paramashivo Shivoham. Om Nithyananda Paramashivoham.
Audio. And now we'll be looking at the manifestation of extraordinary Shaktis. We have the Balasins, the Nithyananda yogis who are eagerly waiting to demonstrate this power. All these powers that we are going to be manifesting today. And before that, let us look at a short introduction on what exactly is this power manifestation. What are these Shaktis? And understand into today's Bhava Samadhi Darshan, all of us will be receiving the initiation of the third eye awakening and various other powers with the blessing and grace of the Supreme Point of Hinduism. We will be manifesting the following powers, which is the third eye blindfold reading. For all of you who do not know what the third eye is, the third eye is a cosmic browsing center located between brows, which upon initiation, one can effortlessly express powers and see through the third eye, just as you would with your two eyes. We will also be manifesting the power of scanning the thought current, and both of which will be demonstrated by the Balasins and Nithyananda yogis today. And now we'll be moving on to what are Shaktis? What are these powers that we are talking about? In the Veda Agamas, the source scriptures of Hinduism, Paramashiva reveals in elaborate detail that every human being is hardwired to be able to manifest 460 plus extraordinary Shaktis of Paramashiva himself. And manifesting these powers are described as system, method, and science for human beings to explore the various possibilities and powers and have access to various states of consciousness. Understand, when you start manifesting these powers, you start getting confidence, you start understanding and working your way up to the cognition that you are God, you are Paramashiva. And Shakti is also manifest from the fundamental cognition that you are divine. Now we'll be moving forward with what are Shaktis and what are Siddhis and the difference between them. Shakti is expressed in the space of enlightenment. Shakti is expressed from the space of enlightenment as a side effect of feeling connection with the divine and high intensity with the Guru. And Shakti is a source of enlightenment. Whereas Siddhis are powers that manifest from tapas or penance for enlightenment, and Siddhis are only on the path of enlightenment. The Shaktis of Paramashiva manifest through ordinary human beings in an extraordinary way after initiation from the avatar, and Shaktis are permanent, they remain permanent. Whereas Siddhis are not permanent and they may divert you from enlightenment. Now, a little bit about who is the source of all, who is Paramashiva. Paramashiva is the primordial divinity in Hinduism, the ultimate reality and cause which is self-effulgent, Swayam Prakasha, all-pervading, unchanging beyond time, space, form, and causality. As a fundamental base of Vyakta, the unmanifest, and Vyakta, the manifest existence, he performs the Panchakritya or 5 cosmic acts of Shrishti, creation, Sthiti, sovereign rulership and maintenance, Samhara, rejuvenation, Prabhava, pulling out of the delusion, Anugraha, liberating the grace for all living entities. Now we'll be looking into who exactly is a living avatar of Paramashiva, the Supreme Point of Hinduism, Jagadguru Mahasanidhanam, His Divine Holiness, Bhagavan Nithyananda Paramashiva, as the 1008th living incarnation and representative of Paramashiva, and the reviver of Kailasa, the ancient enlightened Hindu civilization and nation, the great cosmic godless Hindu nation. Ever since the beginning of civilization, the Sanatana Hindu Dharma has been the cradle of enlightened beings and highly advanced sciences. It was where the science of enlightenment and powers was lived and taught as a lifestyle. For the first time in modern days, the Supreme Point of Hinduism is reviving these yogic sciences and transferring it to the world at a record-breaking, never accomplished before. And just like that, all of you will be receiving that very initiation today to be able to manifest these extraordinary powers. Now, where did these powers come from? How did Swamiji, how is he able to manifest his powers and at the same time initiate people into these extraordinary 460 plus powers, right? So understand, Swamiji's gurus have been initiating him when he was very young. So the knowledge and science of these manifesting Shaktis are passed down from one generation to the next with Diksha by the enlightened gurus. The supreme point of Hinduism, being recognized as an incarnation at a very young age, was trained and taught these sciences to revive the initiation and knowledge repositories for billions to manifest science of power manifestation from the disciplines of Vedanta, Tantra, Sri Vidya, Yoga, Yogic Powers, Mantra Shastra, Siddha Vidya, Science of Aushadha, Advaita, and Bhakti Yoga, Paramashita Jnana and Paramashita Vijnana. So I bet most of you will be wondering, how do we actually awaken these Shaktis in us, right? Yes, so we'll be looking more into that. So understand the core cognition that you have to operate from is you are Paramashiva and you are God, and you will be able to manifest the powers, and they are already there in your DNA. But another important core cognition that should be operating from and understanding these Shaktis are this. Every ultimate truth, jnana, mapped into your consciousness, prajna, manifests as possibility and power of every being, prajnana. When you start contemplating on this truth revealed by the Supreme Point of Hinduism, understand, you'll start getting so many different clicks. You'll be able to resonate with so many different powerful cognitions from these previously given. And just with that establishment of cognitions in you, you will be able to manifest all the 463 plus powers very effortlessly. And with that being said, you will now be looking at what exactly makes us manifest these extraordinary powers.
Diksha is the direct transfer of spiritual energy by an enlightened being through look, word, or touch. The traditional Vedic book Navaratneshwara states, Sarvasamapi dikshanam muktihi phalamakhanditam avirodhat bhavantyeva prasangyastu bhuktayah. The main benefit of all initiations is moksha, enlightenment. As a side effect, health, wealth, leadership and well-being happen. And in Rudrayamala Tantra, Shiva says, Devi diksha vihinasya na siddhihi na cha sadgatihi tasmat sarva prayatnena guruna dikshito bhavet. The one who is not initiated does not attain liberation nor a better future. So by all efforts, one should get initiated by Guru. What is the science of initiation? Neuroscience has proved that the process of initiation floods the brain with energy. This is the superconscious energy of Kundalini, our own highest inner potential energy. As the Kundalini flows from the thalamus to the cortex, it sets up a powerful energy loop within the brain, which awakens the latent non-mechanical parts which we have never used before. With increasing levels of coherence, the whole brain comes alive, turning into a superconductor of conscious energies that heal, empower, transform our lives, bliss and fulfillment. Initiation creates high awareness, visualization, creativity. It also slows the aging process and improves the immune system. Kundalini awakening, healing experience, levitation, teleportation, materialization. Experience the power of initiation through a range of exclusive programs conducted at the ashram. Nithyananda Dhyanapeetham, Nithyananda Nagar, Birdi, Bengaluru. Contact 97.
Yes. And that would have probably answered all the questions on how exactly we're able to manifest these powers. Now we'll be moving on to the pramanas, the pramanas, the authentic evidences of these power manifestation and all the other great sciences. The science of power manifestation is authenticated through our four aspects of evidences or pramanas. First is the Shastra Pramana. Shastra Pramana. Sorry for the technical glitch. Sorry for the technical glitch. We apologize for the technical glitch. Now we are going to be moving on to the 4 pramanas to authenticate the entire manifestation of powers. We'll be starting off with the Shastra Pramana, which is the eternal, unchangeable truths revealed in the source scriptures. Then is the Apta Pramana, which is the experience and results of our Aptas or authorities of Hinduism, the Vedic rishis and scientists who time tested and verified the sciences. The next is the Atma Pramana, which is the personal account of this millennium's avatar experience of power manifestation. And then finally, the last one is the Pratyaksha Pramana, which is empirical evidence from observation and scientific experimentation. With this, we'll be moving on to what exactly are the Veda Agamas, because this is where we get the Shastra Pramana from. The Vedas are the ultimate superior authority for Hindus. Vedas are pure science, where the ultimate truths are explained. Agamas are the scriptures where the applied technologies, applied sciences is expanded. Veda and Agamas. The Veda Agamas are given the status of Shruti, as they are directly revealed by Paramashiva. They are the ultimate, eternal, unchangeable truths. A reference cited from these is a Shastra or the source scriptures is called the Shastra Pramana. With this, we request all of you to get ready to witness this amazing power manifestation of third eye reading, which will be demonstrating first for all of you. And just before that, we will start off with the Shastra Pramana for this scripture, for this power, which is a scriptural reference to manifest the power of third eye. And the Shastra Pramana goes, Kapalantar manonyasa tishtan milita lochanaha kramena manasodhadyat lakshaye lakshamuttamam. And translation goes, by fixing the mind on the inner space within the crown center and sitting stably without any movement, having the eyes closed in succession, by that stability of the mind and inner space, through the power of the third eye, one directly sees the ultimate goal, Lakshya, by having the vision beyond the sight that reveals any object or place, attaining the space of oneness with the source, Paramashiva. The next we'll be seeing the Apta Pramana, where Krishna initiated Arjuna into third eye during the Mahabharata war. And the Apta Pramana goes, Natu mam shakyase drishtum anainaiva swachakshushaha divyam dadami te chakshuhu pashyame yogamaishvaram. And Bhagavan Krishna says to Arjuna, but you cannot see my cosmic form with these physical eyes of yours. Therefore, I grant you divine third eye. Behold my cosmic opulence. In the Hindu Purana, Bhagavad Gita, Bhagavan Krishna initiates Arjuna into the power of third eye to behold Krishna's Vishwarupa Darshan, the vision of his cosmic form. The 11th chapter of the Bhagavad Gita, which contains the description of Bhagavan Krishna's cosmic form, is completely narrated by Arjuna as he sees Bhagavan Krishna through the third eye.
Inside and outside broke. The first experience is that I was able to see everything around me, above me, the whole 360 degree, 10 direction, below me, everything. I realized not only I was able to see, I was able to feel, experience. I felt that the skin of the stone on rock on which I was sitting and the skin of this body both carry me equally. In both I exist equally. The setting sun, rising moon, the whole Arunachala hill, all the plants, bush, shrubs, trees, everything, everything, everything. Just became so alive. The idea, something is inside.
Oh, so beautiful. Sorry for sharing of this Atma Pramana. Now we'll be moving on to Pratyaksha Pramana, the empirical evidence and observation of the scientific experimentation that has happened. Here you can see Swamiji going through the experiment where they did the positron emission tomography and the activities and the experiments stated when doing daily activities, high activity is measured in the brain where the third eye is located. And when in deep samadhi state, only third eye region is active and almost 90% of the rest of the brain is at peace. So these are the scientific evidences when they measured the third eye. And with this, we'll be moving on to the Sakshi Pramana, which is the experience and results of the extraordinary manifestation happening to the initiated disciples of the Supreme Lord of Hinduism, which is going to be all of you who are watching today. You will be this witness to this. You will be the Sakshi Pramana as you see this power. And with that, we are going to be moving on to witness the live Sakshi Pramana, the demonstration of the power of third eye with the Balasins and the Nithyananda yogis. We have Ma Yoga Prana and Ma Viraja waiting eagerly to demonstrate the power of third eye. So we request all the viewers to go ahead and leave a comment down below on Kailas's SPH Nithyananda YouTube channel, as Ma Viraja will be reading from that channel. If you are skeptical, if you have any issues, you can go ahead and type your own, you can leave your own comment there. So you will know the authenticity of this power manifestation. And right before we move on to that, we will be now getting into a short break.
What I mean by the word e-Kailasa, listen intensely. Enlightenment ecosystem, literally enlightenment itself, in your own home, wherever you are. If you cannot come to Kailasa, it's okay. Kailasa can come to you. Kailasa coming to you is e-Kailasa. I will revive Hinduism. I am a Hindu revivalist, not by any revolution, but by evolution. And setting model communities. Kailasas, enlightenment ecosystems, Sarvanya Pitas all over the world.
Yes. Let us now witness the extraordinary demonstration of the power of third eye being manifested by the Balasins of the Nithyananda Gurukul. Along with me, I have Manati Virajananda, who will be manifesting the power of third eye. She is 16 years old. She's been in the Nithyananda Gurukul for the past 7 years, and she is going to be manifesting this extraordinary power. And as all of you can see, I have the medically tested eye band with me. In front is a complete opaque sheet, and behind is a thick sponge where the eyes can completely fit inside, and there's no possible way for light entry. You can see that even under there is no space for light to enter, and there's a strap which will comfortably strap the eye band to the Balasin's head. So this is the eye band I'll be placing, and to make it even more authentic, I will be unstrapping the eye band in front of your eyes and placing it on Mavirija's eyes in front of all of you. And she will not be moving her hands anywhere near her face. To make it more authentic, she will not be moving it anywhere near her nose, face, eyes, lips, nothing. She will not be touching the eye band. If there's any adjustments, if she feels uncomfortable and if there's any adjustments which have to be done, she will be requesting me to do it. Yes, Mavirija, are you comfortable? Yeah. Yes. Yes. So, as all of you can see, Mavirija's eyes are completely covered. And now all of you can post your comments, and you can post anything you want in the Kailasa's SPH Nithyananda YouTube channel. And you can put, if you feel that this power is not real, if you feel that this power is not authentic, if you feel it's a magic or something, you yourself can post any comment. You can post letters, emojis, words, numbers, shapes. You can post anything you want. You can post medical terms, scientific terms, and Maharija will be reading it out live for all of you to see.
I would like to request my yoga planner to tighten the eyeband.
Yes. Is this tight now?
Yeah.
You can start reading.
Before I start reading the comment sections, I would like to show all of you that the eyeband, the sponge which is put on the eyeband, is completely stuck to my face. So I'll turn to my right, left, up, down, and all around, and all around.
Yes. Yes. So you can see that this power is now more authenticated because Mahavirija has shown all around, and you can see that the sponge is completely covering her eyes. Yes, Mahavirija, you can go ahead and
also
start
to
reading.
make it even more foolproof in that I have no any type of wires around me or on me. Like you can see, like on my like I request my yoga planner to touch and say whether any type of wire is there on myself or not.
Yeah. So you can turn to the left. So you can see there's no wires. There's nothing around her. There's it's just the eyeband and her. Nothing else. Yes.
So the latest comment, which is posted in Kailasa's SPH Nithyananda YouTube channel, is by Melissa Cook, has posted Nithyananda Ma and a Namaskar emoji. Yes, Nithyananda Ma, I welcome you to this segment of Devi Parashakti's Akashic reading, where you can witness and experience the powers of Paramasha being manifested. Yes, Shanti Rajamanikam has posted a lovely emoji, a Namaskar emoji, a lovely emoji, and 100 emoji. Yeah, like when you type the word 100, like if you want to paste in a sticker format, how it comes out. Yeah. And the latest comment is posted by Seen Goodrich, is posted Nithyananda from Seattle. Yes, Nithyananda Maya, and Nithyananda from Adi Kailash, Nithyananda Sarvatma Peetam. And Tiana Hudson is posted Grand Rising. And before that, Shanti Rajamanikam was posted Nithyananda Ma, a lovely emoji, Namaskar emoji, and a lovely emoji. Yes. So this is the comments which is there in Kailasa's SPH Nithyananda YouTube channel.
I request all of you to continue posting as Mahavirija is eagerly waiting. As you post your comments, she will just continue reading it out rapid fire. She will not even stop. She will continue reading out. So all of you can just continue posting emojis, shapes, numbers, letters, words, anything in the comment section, and Mahavirija will continue reading it in front of all of your eyes with her eyes blindfolded. Yes, Mahavirija, you can go ahead.
Shanti Rajamanikam was posted wow, and hands like that. Like, looks like a hype emoji or a blessing emoji. And again, Shanti Rajamanikam was posted thank you, Ma. Like she has written TQ space Ma. Tiana Hudson was posted awesome.
Yes, Mahavirija, read the next comment.
Tiana Hudson was posted awesome.
Yes, amazing. So amazing how she's able to read with her eyes blindfolded. Yes, there's another comment also posted.
Tiana Hudson has posted, when will I start getting downloaded for my third eye? Actually, Ma, the initiation is already done on you because been watching us, you've been watching Devi Parashakti's Akashic for like I don't know how much of a time you watched, but you already have the initiation. The Diksha is already given to you. It's just that you just need to sit and manifest it. That's all. One step for you, just that one step where you sit and manifest the powers. Like how Swamiji always says that when you take one step towards the Guru takes 1,000 steps for you to manifest what you want. The same way, you sit and you actually decide that you want to start manifesting this power. Until then, whatever priorities I have in my life, I'll postpone it. I'm not saying you to not do that work, but keep this as a first priority, because once you really have the intention, like how Buddha, when he really want to taste the enlightenment experience inside himself, and like at first he was living with few sadhus and sannyasis, but even after he gave up them also, he sat alone and he decided, unless I experience enlightenment, I won't do anything. He didn't open his eyes for months, and at last on the day of Buddha Purnima, he became enlightened. He touched enlightenment. The same thing for Swamiji also. He was contemplating on why pain, what is pain, why it is coming. That intensity, and decide to manifest, it will surely manifest.
An amazing demonstration of the power of, and how she is Mahavirija. It is
powerful cognition, knowledge. Only when you live, power manifestation and possibilities manifestation happens. This is a fundamental truth. Hinduism cannot live exclusively as one sampradaya. No. All sampradayas of Hinduism is an ecosystem. So don't keep quiet thinking that if one sampradaya is attacked, only that sampradaya is going to be affected. All of us are ecosystem. I invite all of you to get involved
and enjoy Hinduism by the principle of Dharmo Rakshati Rakshitaha. When you protect Dharma, Dharma protects you.
We will make the whole planet Earth flourish spiritually. The spiritual prosperity will happen to the whole planet Earth. We all have to coexist together.
Shivoham Om Nithyananda Paramashivoham Om Nithyananda.
We get you health, we get you ability to build beautiful relationships in your life, we get you direct spiritual support, and we make sure you become wealthy. We won't stop giving you just good life. We will literally not stop till you live enlightened life. Manifesting the state of Paramashiva, space of Paramashiva, powers of Paramashiva, being of Paramashiva. Whole world should become e-Kailashian.
I want the whole world to know Hindus have something great to contribute to the world. We have something great to contribute to the world. Let us do that.
E-Kailasa is proper customized spiritual service helping you to identify your root patterns of suffering. We have perfected the science of helping every individual from every cultural, religious, nationality background.
Shivoham Om Nithyananda Paramashivoham Om Nithyananda Paramashivoham.
Nithyananda, welcome back to all of the viewers who are joining us across the world and who are awaiting and participating in this program, the Devi Parashakti Akashic reading. All of you who are joining us from across the world. Now, I know every single one of you had just been just a participant of the power demonstration, which is one of the most unique segments of this program, where you get to interact. Maybe many of you see for the first time the demonstration of the powers of Paramashiva, the demonstration of literally what is your highest possibility. Yes, exactly what the Gurukul Balasants did, the reading from the third eye without the use of the biological eyes, and even body scanning and seeing the ailments and sufferings inside of the body without any need for diagnostic equipment or anything else. The Balasants have been initiated into by the Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism. And the Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism is creating, reviving the ecosystem in order to make this a possibility in your life and wherever you are. So just through one Diksha and one Darshan of the Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism, you can start manifesting these powers. And if you'd like to stay tuned and for the darshan and diksha, and then followed by the power manifestation segment where you yourself can start manifesting these Shaktis. Now we'll be entering into the next segment of today's program, the introduction to Akashic readings. What are Akashic readings actually? How can that make a breakthrough in your life? And okay, we're saying that we have the possibility of manifesting Shaktis. We have the possibility of making a breakthrough happen in your life, but where I am now and where I want to be is like 100 kilometers apart, and there's no way to bridge the gap. Now, the Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism has literally revived this offering, the Akashic reading, as a way for each and every one of us to make that quantum jump, make that breakthrough happen in our lives. And how is that going to happen? That is what we're going to answer in this next segment. Akashic reading is the cosmic archive. They are the verbal, visual, 5-dimensional document of everything that has happened, happening, or what is yet to happen. Now understand that in the dimension of space, which is from where the Akashic readings are read, the dimension of space, the creation and destruction happen simultaneously. So what is past, present, and future is already clearly recorded. Everything is already there as an archive. And that is a space the Lord Kala Bhairava, the Lord of the Akashic readings, is presiding. So in the dimension, first of all, in the dimension of time, past, present, and future actually exist. But in the dimension of space, beyond time, the past, present, future, nothing exists as different segments in the life, but it exists as past, as what has happened, what is happening, and what is yet to happen. All of them are already clearly recorded in the dimension of space. And that is from where the Akashic readings are read out, and from where the cosmic archives are stored. Now, the Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism beautifully says how the Akashic readings can be used or can be beneficial to access and read out and even understand if you just need to know why you are going through the same patterns again and again. Many of you might feel that, oh, I'm again and again losing a job, or I'm again and again finding myself in a position where I need to find the next job, or I am again and again finding myself in a position where I am having difficulty in my relationships. Why is this happening? Why is this the default future? And almost every single time we say, okay, I'm going to forget the past, I'm going to take up something new, and I'm going to have it with newfound inspiration. Even when we do that, still, it does not create the breakthrough that we want. Many of us have experienced this so many times in our lives. Now, why does that happen? And how do we break through it? First of all, why it happens is because of certain unknown incompletions inside of us and patterns which we have not yet uncovered or seen, or even come to our awareness to the point where we can break it, and we can completely remove it and dissolve it. The second, how we can break through that. The Akashic reading is the answer. We can simply have a glimpse into how our entire lives, all of our births, and in the Akashic reading, all of our thoughts, actions, our plans, our everything is stored in the Akashic readings. So just to have a glimpse and understand why we're going through the same patterns again and again, why unconsciously we go through the same actions again and again, and see a breakthrough in our lives in that pattern. So it is a very subtle breakthrough that can happen inside of you, which can give you multifold levels of transformation and superconscious energy when just one pattern is broken through. Now, what can you ask during the Akashic reading? We'll get to in a moment, but first, please understand that only an avatar can actually read the Akashic readings, or can actually alter, upgrade, update the Akashic readings as the viewer, as the receiver wants. So the Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism, in the Darshan and the Dikshas, he can alter and edit the Akashic readings as per how you want, how you request or you pray for it to happen. The initiated Balasans, many of them are already initiated into Akashic reading. What they do is simply read what is there. They tell you what is in your past, present, and future, and they give you the reading of the Akashic reading. But if you want to upgrade, want to alter what is your default future, then you can go, then you have to sleep and pray for the Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism. And through the Devi Akashic reading, the Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism is making just that opportunity for you. And not only this, now how can and what can you ask during the Akashic reading is, first of all, you can get the most accurate and unbiased answers for any of your questions regarding life, destiny, your purpose, or any of these related topics. You can get healings for your physical or emotional problems or mental problems, for anything that you feel is a barrier for you to live the life that you want. It can be a physical problem inside of your body. It can be a problem in wealth or manifesting wealth, or a problem in manifesting long-lasting relationships, and so forth. And this Akashic reading is ultimately what you need to make a lasting transformation in your life. Just if we have the glimpse of how we have been facing the same pattern again and again, we can make breakthrough happen and ultimately experience Paramashivoham. Now, let us understand Devi Parashakti, the embodiment of the cosmic mother, whom we will be praying to, having the darshan of today during the Akashic reading. Jasma, can you share the slides on Devi Parashakti? Yes, so as you can see, what are Akashic readings? Akashic readings are the records created in space, and whatever has happened in time is there in the dimension of space. Nothing can be destroyed, and none of your actions, thoughts, plans, emotions, words, nothing can be destroyed. Akashic readings are the cosmic archives of everything happened, happening, and will happen. We can go on to the next slide. Akashic readings are the verbal and visual 5-dimensional document, whatever is happening, which is continuously getting recorded. And all the information you collected from all your birth is in your DNA. You can access some of these just to understand and not to do the same patterns, not to waste time doing the same actions again and again. And understand that Akashic readings are not a prediction. It is a reading from the cosmic archives. There's no such thing as past, present, and future. Beyond space, creation and destruction happen simultaneously. And in the dimension of time starts the past, present, and future. But in the Akashic records, there is no past, no present, and no future. That is why we call it as what has happened, happening, and yet to happen. And everything is already clearly recorded. And in the words of the Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism, nobody has the right to comment on these readings. Nobody has the right to manipulate or interpret these readings, and they are complete unto themselves. For anybody to live in tune with the cosmos Jivan Mukti and living enlightenment. They do not need any special practice other than listening to these great readings again and again. When you listen to these great readings, naturally your negative logic is penetrated, broken, and these great truths settle into your inner space and they make you live enlightenment. As the avatar of Paramashiva, the Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism has graced humanity with the blessings and darshan of Devi Parashakti, revealing answers to your questions, the yearning of seekers as solutions, breakthroughs, and liberating humanity from pain and suffering. Any answer given by Devi Parashakti is not just an answer, but a karmic breakthrough for the receiver. And now I'll just chant the Shastra Pramana for the Akashic record. And reading the Akashic record. This is from Vijnana Bhairava Tantra Dharana 61, Sutra 84. Akasham vimalam pashyan kritva drishtim nirantaram shaddatma tat kshanad devi bhairavam vapuratnuyat. Bhagavan Paramashiva says, looking at the spotless infinite etheric space, Akasha, beyond the sky and clouds, one should fix one gaze from the third eye without blinking continuously and make the body and inner space steady and motionless. In that very moment, O Devi, one attains the nature and powers of the infinite space, Bhairava. The next slide. And the Apta Pramana for the Akashic reading is from the Hindu Purana, the Mahabharata, where it narrates the story of the sage Maitreya, who reveals to the secrets to Vidura the story of his birth in human form and the reasons for all of his suffering. Sage Maitreya accessed the Akashic records and told Vidura that he was not an ordinary man, but in fact the incarnation of Yamaraj, the Lord of Death, Muni. And as a Supreme Pontiff, and you can access reading the Akashic, leading you to experience enlightenment. Or next slide, please. Yes, and again, as I was saying, only an avatar can upgrade and alter the Akashic, upgrade and change the Akashic as per the prayer of the devotee. Again, you can be spiritually healed of physical and emotional problems and receive blessings to fulfill your right desires and get the clarity to redesign your future. So this is understand the divine cosmic being whom we'll be introduced to today, whom will be able to sit in the divine presence of Devi Parashakti. Devi Parashakti is the divine cosmic mother. She is the source of every happening, and she is the source where all the universes go in and come out. The Devi Parashakti gives us an opportunity in every single instant to be healed of our root patterns, of our deepest suffering as the divine cosmic mother. And Devi Parashakti has manifested through the form of the Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism, Jagadguru Mahasannidhanam, His Divine Holiness, Bhagavan Nithyananda Paramashivam. Devi Parashakti is now answering all of our prayers, answering the yearning of seekers, giving spiritual solutions, giving blessings and boons and breakthroughs for each and every one of us to ultimately experience the ultimate, the Paramashivoham experience. She came about, we can receive Devi, that we should receive Devi Parashakti very traditionally, just as we do in a traditional household, how we invite guests, how we invite God. In that, through the digital, it is beautiful to offer the dakshina as a traditional offering to Devi Parashakti. So in the next, we will be seeing all these in the next segment. Yes, we can project the slide and start. Yes. So let us now understand Parashakti, the divine feminine consciousness. Yes, we can go to the next slide. Okay, we can go on to the next slide. We can go to slide number 37. Yes, so as we get that sorted out, each and every one of you can prepare for Devi Parashakti's darshan by preparing the tambulam, or the traditional dakshina. This dakshina is just 2 betel leaves, 1 betel nut, a banana, and 1 coin. So you can offer just any coin that you have, and it can be as low as 1 cent. It need not be a special asset amount, and it's not in order to monetize. Actually, this process is a very deep and spiritual process where we are understanding and adding so much of value to the divine presence of Devi Parashakti, where we ourselves will never take her for granted and will never take her experience for granted. Yes, so as you can see here, this is how to set up the tambulam. Now, let us start with invoking the Devi Parashakti, and let's chant the Dhyana Shloka of Devi Parashakti from the Lalita Sahasranama. We can go to the previous slide. It's just a few slides back. Yes. Yes, the previous slide. We can go to the previous slide. Yes. So now I'll be chanting the Dhyana Shloka for Devi Parashakti. Sindhuraruna vigraham trinayanamanikyamoli spurat taranayak shekaram smitimuki mapina vakshuruham panibhyamalini Ratna Chashakam Ratnophalam Vibhratim Samyam Ratna Gatasta Ratna Charanam Dhyayet Paramambika. The Divine Mother is to be meditated upon as shining in vermilion, red body with triple eyes sporting a crown of rubies, studded with the crescent moon, a face all smiles and a splendid bust, one hand holding a jewel cup brimming with mead and the other twirling a red lotus. The next slide, please. Arunam karuna tarangitakshim dritapashankusha pushpabana chapam animadi vinavritam ayukai rahamityeva vibhavaye bhavanim. I meditate on the great Empress. She is red in color and her eyes are full of compassion, and holds a noose, the goat, the bow, and flowery arrow in her hands. She is surrounded on all sides by powers such as anima, forays, and she is the self within me. Yes, Devi, the ultimate pure feminine consciousness, Parashakti, is the cosmic mother. It is her cosmic womb from which all the billions and billions of universes comes out and goes in. She is the source Shakti, the source of the Big Bang and all the black holes. Parashakti is the source Shakti, the source energy, the source power from which all of us came, in which all of us are even in now, and in which all of us are going to merge. In the words of Devi Parashakti herself, The next slide, please. Out of her extreme love and compassion, Parashakti is manifesting through the embodied form as the Nija Avatara, the Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism, Jagadguru Mahasannidhanam, His Divine Holiness, Bhagavan Nithyananda Paramashivam, gracing us, answering all of our questions, attending to our prayers, giving boons, healing us, revealing our past, present, and future, delivering profound spiritual truths, and ultimately giving us the experience of Paramashivoham itself. Yes, and in the words of Devi Parashakti herself, raising as Omkara, expressing as the Vedas and Agamas, blossomed as Srimkara, filled as Parashodasi, living in the 4-day triangles, the Kailasa Swamini, who is Kailasa Sripura Chintamani, Parashodasi, sitting as Paramashiva, Parameshwari, who rules the world, Paramashakti, Manonmani, Meenakshi. As Nithyananda, I took the Nijavatara here to give good boon to everyone, to bestow all goodness. Hiranya Garbha Swarupini, Brahmanda Yoni, Shami, Chandramouli, Rapala Aparana, Uma Parvati, Savitri, Navayavana, Samrajya Lakshmi, Parameshwari, Parashodasi, Meenakshi. Taking the form of Nithyananda, I came here as Nijavatara. With great compassion, I am blessing. Listen, people, to do good to all of you. I took the form of Nithyananda and came down as Nijavatara. And then Devi Parashakti expands beautifully on her creation, raising an Omkara, blossoming as Shiva. Shiva manifesting as the source of existence, powers of existence, expression of existence. From the oneness of Om, blossoming into two as Prakriti and Purusha, blossoming as 3 Shaktis, Icha, Kriya, and Jnana Shakti, growing as the 4 Vedas, expanding as the 5 Panchabhutas, beyond 6 chakras, filled as Gotras of 7 Rishis, expanding as 8 directions, existing as the 9 Grahas, blossoming as 10 Indriyas, being as 11 Rudras, creating all the worlds, bringing life and to tell and make truth blossom, to do good, Parashodasi, Meenakshi, in the form of Nithyananda, I have come to bless every one of you. Yes, so here the Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism is guiding once again on how to traditionally receive Devi Parashakti. He says, keep 2 betel leaf, 1 banana, 1 betel nut, and 1 coin in front of the screen. Watch Devi. And in the Hindu tradition, coin is considered to be the traditional dakshina. And it can be the lowest value that you know of, any penny, a cent. And it is not trying to monetize. Even in India, even 1 paisa is okay. But in that moment, as Devi Parashakti is appearing on your screen, you are literally seeing Paramashiva and Parashakti at that moment. And she is there in your screen. So always we have to receive her traditionally. The next slide, please. Yes. So Bhagavan continues, offer that to Devi, and after the darshan is over, do the namaskar, eat the banana leaf and the banana and betel nut and take it as prasadam immediately. You can collect those coins, send it to the LA temple, the Nithyanandeshwara Los Angeles temple, and you'll see that within a few days, the sentiment really builds inside of you that really Devi Parashakti is there. The truth is that these traditions, these practices, these small rituals that we do in the Hindu tradition, no matter the smallest type of ritual or the grandest, most elaborate type of ritual, it will break the monotonous, unconscious mentality and lifestyle and remind us and raise us to the powerful cognition. It will literally break all unconscious behavior. So in the next slide, as you can see, this is how we'll go to just the previous slide. Yes, so this is once again how to set up the tambulam, and these are the different materials required. Now, this brings us to a conclusion of the segment on who is Devi Parashakti. In the next segment, we will be beginning about what are the different revelations that Devi Parashakti has given to the whole world, has guided the whole humanity as we navigate in these extremely dark times. So We'll just be right back with you and continuing on in today's program after a very quick break. Yes, I request the NTV operator. We'll be right back after a very quick break. Nithyananda. So before we are going on to the next segment in today's program, if any one of you would like to ask a question during the live Baba Samadhi Darshan, which is happening either today or any other day, you can ask the questions in social media in several different platforms. And I'd like to go through step by step with each and every one of you about how to ask the questions on social media. So I request the NTV volunteer, if you can share the slides on social media, asking your questions, how to ask your questions. We can go through step by step how you can ask your questions today. So essentially, in all of the different social media platforms, including Facebook, Twitter, in YouTube, as well as Instagram. And also, if you are not familiar with any of these social media platforms, we have options for you today. So yes, thank you so much. We can go on to the next slide. And the first platform we'll be seeing on how to ask your questions. If you want to request Devi to give you any kind of boon, blessing, or ask a question about any of your problems that you are facing right now, receive guidance from the Cosmic Mother herself, then you can go to YouTube. If you're already watching in YouTube, please make sure that you are a member of the Kailasa's SPH Nithyananda YouTube channel, which is Kailasa's and the Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism's official YouTube channel, with more than 5,000 videos available for you to peruse and gain spiritual upliftment, even in your casual time as you are going through social media. So you can join as a member there. And of course, there are so many other benefits of becoming a member. And you can ensure that under the live video for the Bhava Samadhi Darshan, you can go to the super chat in the right-hand side and you can say something. And in that place, you can ask your questions. And Devi Parashakti will be reading and seeing your questions there. Yes. So we have the next platform, which is Facebook. If you're not already, make sure that you like and follow Kailasa's SPH, Nithyananda Paramashivam Facebook page. This Facebook page is the official Facebook page for all of the different announcements, temple rituals, the live events of the Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism. So all notifications, the minute that he is giving darshan, can be directed right at your phone at one click. So ensure that you are liking and following this official page. And under the live video, any of the live videos, and during the Bhava Samadhi Darshan, during the live Bhava Samadhi Darshan, you can comment your question or your prayer or your request to Devi Parashakti in the comments down below, in the comment section of the live video. So the next slide. Right, and now if you are a frequent user of Twitter and you like to spend time on Twitter, we have an option for you as well. On the official Twitter page of the Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism, which is at Sri Nithyananda, you can, first of all, make sure that you are following the official handle of the Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism. And then under the live feed, in every live feed, there will be a tweet. You can reply to that tweet with a hashtag Ask the Avatar, tagging at Sri Nithyananda, and ask your question there. So you can ask the question, request your prayer under the live feed, under the live tweet, in a reply to that tweet. The next slide, please. The next platform is Instagram. On Instagram, once again, the handle is at Sri Nithyananda, which is the official handle of the Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism. And you can ask your questions on the posts which are there for Devi Parashakti during the live darshan. So during live darshan, there will be a post to ask your questions, and you can comment underneath that with your questions and your requests to Devi Parashakti. And the next slide, please. Now, we also have an option if you are not very familiar with social media, if you don't have a grip on social media, you can just simply go to kailasa.org and you can see in the left-hand side a widget for WhatsApp. If you want to send your question to Devi Parashakti through WhatsApp. If you have WhatsApp, you can use the WhatsApp widget. If you don't have WhatsApp also, there is a live chat option on kailasa.org, which you can also use in order to chat and ask your question to Devi Parashakti. It will be seen and she can answer and give the divine blessings from her into your life. So yes, this brings us to a conclusion of this brief segment on how to ask your question to Devi Parashakti during the live Bhava Samadhi Darshan. And now, before we go on in today's segment, we'll be understanding the Akashic readings as Devi Parashakti had revealed. We'll be understanding what Devi Parashakti revealed, the different guidances that she gave for the whole of humanity. Now, we just understood that if you want, as an individual, as a devotee, you can ask your question, you can ask, request for boons or blessings, or pray to Devi Parashakti for anything that you want to manifest in your life. But also, as a whole, Devi Parashakti has been guiding each and every one of us to navigate our lives, as the world is in so much of darkness, as we are literally being submerged. We're seeing darkness in every single direction. And she has literally come as a beacon of light to guide us, a lighthouse to guide us in these extremely dark times. And just as the lighthouse shows us the path, at least shows us the way that will be best to navigate our route in the dark sea, we also get the guidance from Devi Parashakti on how we can navigate our lives. She has given us guidance during the coronavirus pandemic, and especially for those of us in India who are near Kailasas in India, or who are devotees in India who are really seeing the worst of the worst times right now. Devi Parashakti has given personal guidance, has extended her protection, and blessed each and every one of us that she will protect. And for this time, Devi Parashakti is not only attending to individuals with healing blessings, but also guiding each and every one of us, ensuring every single day that we are not taking our lives for granted, keeping safe, and ensuring that we are following the guidelines of multi-level quarantine and protecting ourselves from the diseases that are rampant in the streets. The Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism has also opened up Kailasa COVID care centers. And in just the next segment, after this segment, we will be hearing from the administrators of Kailasa of Adi Kailasa Sarvagna Peetham in Bidadi, Bengaluru, themselves about the updates of the Kailasa COVID Care Center in Adi Kailash, and how literally when all the doors have been closed in all different countries to India, to Indians, and out of fear of the virus spreading, the Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism has opened the doors of Kailasa. So this is all what is upcoming in the next segment of today's program. We will be continuing on after a very quick break. For those of you who are joining us, make sure that you are also sharing this program. We have many programs upcoming as well, including the Brahmotsavam for Guru Purnima, which is on the 23rd of July. We're also observing this month the Hindu Holocaust or Hindu Persecution Awareness Month, and every single day presenting different aspects of the persecution against the Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism. And these are the different aspects that we will also be presenting in today's program in the later segment. Now, as we continue on, before that, we will just have a quick break and be right back with you.
Assumptions, highest awakened response, alive response for life continuously. E-Kailasa is enlightenment ecosystem, literally enlightenment itself in your own home, wherever you are. Proper customized spiritual service helping you to complete with your life negativity, withdrawal from life, self-hatred, self-denial, self-doubt, so much of tiredness, laziness. We can support you, aligning your diet, your attitude, your aptitude, your understanding about life. We can help you with everything. If you are interested in enlightenment, we will immediately bring this to you. If you are not interested, we will explain the whole science, inspire you and make you interested in enlightenment science. We need to cater this enlightenment science to the whole world wherever they are, because enlightenment is the birthright of all human beings. Kailasa is responsible to provide that to all human beings. Kailasa is the totality of the knowledge I received from my gurus and practice manifested in my life, perfected by teaching millions of people from all cultures, time zones, backgrounds, genders, nationality, race, from every creed. So this absolutely perfected knowledge available to you, served to you in your home, without even you moving out of your couch, free of cost. What I mean by the word E-Kailasa, listen intensely. Enlightenment ecosystem, literally enlightenment itself in your own home, wherever you are. If you cannot come to Kailasa, it's okay. Kailasa can come to you. Kailasa coming to you is E-Kailasa.
I will revive Hinduism. I am a Hindu revivalist, not by any revolution, but by evolution. And setting model communities. Kailasas, enlightenment ecosystems, Sarvanya Pitas all over the world.
All powerful cognition, knowledge, only when you live, power manifestation and possibilities manifestation happens. This is a fundamental truth.
Hinduism cannot live exclusively as one sampradaya. No. All sampradayas of Hinduism is an ecosystem. So don't keep quiet thinking that if one sampradaya is attacked, only that sampradaya is going to be affected. All of us are ecosystem.
I invite all of you to get involved and enjoy Hinduism by the principle of Dharmo Rakshati Rakshitaha. When you protect Dharma, Dharma protects you.
We will make the whole planet flourish spiritually. The spiritual prosperity will happen to the whole planet Earth. We all have to coexist together.
We get you health. We get you ability to build beautiful relationships in your life. We get you direct spiritual support, and we make sure you become wealthy.
Nithyananda, and welcome back. The next segment of today's program, we are going to be sharing with you about some of the revelations that Devi Parashakti has blessed the world with. Out of his extreme compassion and love, the Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism is manifesting Devi Parashakti herself, facing us, answering all our questions, attending to our prayers, giving boons, healing us, revealing our past, present and future, delivering profound truths, and ultimately giving us the experience of Paramashivoham itself. Today, let's see what Devi Parashakti is revealed about immunity and COVID-19. On the 18th of June 2021, Devi Parashakti revealed the direct revelations from the cosmic archives on COVID and immunity. Let's see what Devi Parashakti revealed now.
That's the first priority. Still, you are all not realizing the power of my words when I say Corona is very much out there. With the support of decision makers, rulers, people who are supposed to protect all of you, due to their irresponsibility, it is there and getting more and more strengthened. It is becoming more and more stronger in multiple forms. And all the other diseases which are waiting to attack human bodies, because Corona has made the immunity strength weak in human bodies. Human bodies have lost the strength of immunity power. All the multi-layer after effects and side effects of this pralaya in political situations, economical situations, social situations, mental situations, in every level, cannot be described. Wait. This year, focus on keeping yourself alive.
As Devi Parashakti revealed, that still you are not realizing the power of my words. They say Corona is very much out there with the support of the decision makers, rulers, people who are supposed to protect all of you. Due to their irresponsibility, it is there and getting more and more strengthened. It is becoming more and more stronger in multiple forms. And all the other diseases which are waiting to attack the human bodies, because Corona had made the immunity strength weak in human bodies. Human bodies have lost the strength of immunity power. All the multi-layer after effects and side effects of this pralaya in political situations, economic situations, social situations, mental situations, in every level cannot be described. Wait. This year, focus on keeping yourself alive. As Devi Parashakti revealed on the 18th of June 2021 about the long-term effects, long-term impact of the COVID-19 virus on the immune system. We are seeing multiple various other researchers which are now revealing that the long-term impacts of Corona. And today we will be sharing with you some of the research articles and findings on how Corona is actually affecting our body and our immune system. Even those who actually have recovered or are no longer Corona positive, still the effects of the coronavirus, if they had it once, still that effect is very much there and it continues to impact for a few more months. Here we have an article from Science Daily, which was published on the 29th of June 2021, which says how COVID-19 infection changes blood cells in a long run. New research suggests that a coronavirus infection alters the biomechanical properties of red and white blood cells, in some cases for months, a possible explanation for a long COVID. So our red and white blood cells are being affected for months post-COVID. And here we have the article which continues to say COVID-19 significantly changes the size and the stiffness of the red blood cells. The results may help to these results may help to explain why some people affected continue to complain of symptoms long after the COVID infection. And this is, this phenomenon is called as long COVID, where even after you recover from the COVID, you still have long-term symptoms of the COVID virus. This article is from the Academy of Medical Sciences, which says that the way the body defends against a virus is to recognize and neutralize it. However, the article by Forbes explains that the corona suppresses the immune system by disrupting the actions of the body's immune cells. This immunosuppression allows for a 2-week incubation period, which gives corona enough time to attack the body. So the corona COVID virus is directly working on our suppresses the immune system. It disrupts the actions of the body's immune cells. And this immunosuppression allows for a 2-week incubation period, and that 2 weeks is enough for the corona to actually affect the body. So that is the reason why Devi Parashakti revealed that just keep yourself alive, quarantine yourself, protect yourself, save yourself. Do not get exposed to the COVID virus, because there are long-term impacts of the COVID virus on your body and on your immune system. Now here you can see a timeline of how the COVID-19 is typically progresses. For days, first 5 days is the incubation period. Then after that you have prodromal period, and then an acute symptoms that you're seeing after the 10 days, and then we have the second week. From the second week of onset itself, either recovery begins or the complications that lead to death. And 15 days or over, there are no fever and no other symptom, but the effect of the COVID virus on the immunity and the whole body's immune system getting suppressed continues to be there even for months after the COVID virus attacking the body. Now here we see from the University of Thailand, which says that analysis of the long-term impact of SARS-CoV-2 on the cellular immune system in individuals recovering from COVID-19 reveals a profound NKT cell impairment. And the article also says, another research article says that the COVID-19 immunity briefing note, what we know about the long-term health consequences and the priorities for research. The further studies done by the University of Oxford found that the cells were profoundly impaired after recovering from COVID. The British Society for Immunology has claimed that the effects of COVID are far beyond respiratory health. It also affects our cardiovascular and renal systems. The past few months, it has become apparent that the SARS-CoV-2 infection has effects long beyond the respiratory, including the cardiovascular and renal. Further, it appears to affect our health long after the onset of the COVID virus. Here we can see an excerpt from the research briefing on how the human body is affected after COVID. Exposure to COVID-19 causes symptoms in multiple organ systems across the body and is not limited only to lungs and respiratory as was originally thought. In addition, patients are reporting chronic symptoms such as fatigue and shortness of breath that last a month after the original infection. Now, the name given to those suffered from COVID-like symptoms after the infection has passed is called long COVID. And this long COVID can affect, number 1, cardiovascular system, number 2, circulatory system, number 3, the lungs. It can also cause fatigue and inflammation. Here we are seeing that even after contracting corona, your immune system remains weakened and you are susceptible to more other illnesses. Here we can see the long COVID says that the symptoms can last for weeks or months after being first infected with the virus. And the multi-organ effects on COVID-19, it affects, multi-organ effects can affect most, if not all body systems, including heart, lungs, kidneys, skin, and brain functions. I don't know what else remains if most of the vital organs of the body are getting infected by the COVID virus itself. Here you can see the black fungus, white fungus, and other fungal diseases have swept through India, affecting the recovered COVID patients. Here is an article from BBC which says there are 9,000 cases of the rare infection, and out of the 5,424 cases, 4,556 patients have a history of COVID-19. People who have been infected by these black and white fungus and yellow fungus is now reported in India. The case comes as India is battling a rise in the black fungus infection and COVID-19 patients amidst a shortage of amphoprotein B. The Health Ministry said on Monday that 5,424 cases of black fungus have been reported so far, and out of that, 4,500 plus have had a history of COVID infection. So people who are having the COVID, have had the COVID infection are extremely more susceptible to black fungus, white fungus, and so here we are seeing the different variants of the COVID virus have also been discovered. What are the India, Brazil, South Africa, and the UK variants? The deadly second wave of coronavirus weekend have wreaked havoc globally, but majorly in India. WHO recently announced that the highly infectious virus variant, which was first detected in India, will be referred to as Delta variant. As per the data, the Delta variant was the primary cause behind India's devastating second wave and much more infectious than the Alpha wave. And here we can see in South Africa, COVID-19 strain, and in other parts of the world, Kent virus variant on course to sweep the world. So various different variants of the COVID virus have been found in UK, South Africa, Brazil, India. Viruses generally mutate, but in the case of COVID, we have seen that they become more dominant. The table shows the variants that have swept the world. So here we can see the alpha variant in UK, the beta variant in South Africa, the gamma variant in Brazil, and the delta variant in India. Various variants of the COVID virus. And the dangers of these variants are further highlighted when the World Health Organization, WHO, categorized the Delta variant as the most highly transmittable variant of COVID. And we can see what is happening in India. Literally, the entire country is becoming a living hell, and expected more than 50% of the population has been infected in India. All about the Delta variant, the most dangerous form of COVID that caused the second wave in India. This article indicates that the Delta variant was the primary cause behind the deadly second wave of COVID in India. And here you can see the World Health Organization has categorized it as a variant of concern, VOC, and the World Health Organization, WHO, said that it continues to observe significantly increased transmittability. And more than 4,500 sequences of the variant have been detected in 60 plus countries. Studies suggest that it is around 60% more transmittable than the alpha variant, which was more contagious than the original strain that emerged from China. Now, secondary attack rates have been known to be 51 to 67% higher than the alpha variant, which was originally detected. So, what are the other effects of the COVID, and when is COVID-19, the virus or the COVID pandemic, is going to be stopped? When can we expect the COVID-19 pandemic to stop? How can we get back to a regular life? This is one of the questions that all of us have. And let us see what Devi Parashakti has revealed about it.
Sharmila, கொரோனா ஒழிந்தது. கொரோனாவை வைத்து அரசியலும் அழிவாட்டமும் செய்ய நினைக்கும் மனிதர்களின் சதிராட்டம் முடிய இன்னும் 4 ஆண்டுகளாகும். என் பக்தர்களையும் சீடர்களையும் கைலாய வாசிகளையும் நானே காத்துக் கொள்கின்றேன், நானே காக்கின்றேன். என் பக்தர்களுக்கு ஒரு துயரும் ஒரு துக்கமும் வாராது. ஆனால் உலகின் இந்த கொரோனாவின் சதியாட்டம் முடிய 4 ஆண்டுகள் ஆகும். 2025 தான் அடங்கும். இது சதியாட்டம், மனிதர்களின் சதியாட்டம்.
The translation of what Devi Parashakti revealed. Corona is destroyed, but it will take 4 years for the political conspiracies done by the humans to end. I will protect my devotees, disciples, and Kailavasis. No suffering will come for my devotees. But it will take 4 years for the conspiracy of Corona to end. It will come to end only in 2025. It is a conspiracy, human conspiracy.
We're also seeing how many articles have given predictions for the future of COVID in India. Especially here we see the article, as per Devi's revelations, you can see from the below article that there is yet more of COVID to come for India. Here it says, the third wave of COVID-19 may hit in its peak between October to November which is told by a government panel scientist. So the article continued to say that if a new variant was discovered, it would spread faster than during the third wave.
And you can see there are also news articles written by astrologers which can be mapped directly to Devi's revelations. Here we can say, when will the pandemic end? And one of the predictions through the Vedic astrology is saying that the pandemic will have a lasting impact on mankind and out by 2021, but the threat of the current waves cannot be ruled out till at least 2025 is what one of the Vedic astrology is predicting as well. And as per the Devi's revelations directly from the cosmic archives on the COVID ending in 2025, the article states that the pandemic will have a lasting effects on mankind, and the chances of future waves cannot be ruled out. So really, with so much more waves of COVID pandemic coming up, what is the best way to protect ourselves? And if we can just listen to what Swamiji has been revealing, just keep yourself alive for the next 3 years. This was what Swamiji revealed in the year 2018. And at that time, we had no clue what was upcoming. But of course, the avatar knows what is coming and what is the most important priority. And this year, the year 2021, the focus of every single human being is just to be alive. So if you have to pause some of your plans and if you want to restart them, please rearrange yourself, reorganize yourself. This year, the only priority is for every one of us to be alive, to stay alive is the only priority. If it means slowing of your business, if it means pausing of your business, shutting down of your business, whatever it is well worth it. We have taken millions of births to achieve this human birth. And in the human birth, we have taken millions of births till we can come to be able to have the darshan of the avatar, which happens once in a few thousand years. So we have that unique opportunity and we cannot waste this human life. And if you are watching this, you are meant to be touched by the grace and the blessings of the Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism. That is why you're even watching and hearing to this message. Just keep yourself alive this year. That is the priority. And if you are in India, Kailasa is the only place today in India that is safe because we are providing the Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism, along with Kailasa, has provided the multi-layer quarantine facility. So where you will absolutely be shielded from anything that's happening in the outer world. And there are 3 layers where before even you can be exposed to something of the outer world. And completely you're provided accommodation free of cost, food free of cost, internet free of cost, and you can just live inside the monastery, live inside the Sarvanyapita of Kailasa, and live in Kailasas in India and protect yourself and your family from the COVID pandemic. Yesterday we heard from the people living inside the COVID care facilities how they are beautifully, the entire family is aligning to spiritual routine, yoga-based lifestyle, and complete Ayurvedic sattvic food. And this time of the year, this time and the priority to only protect yourself. And if you are in India, rush to the nearest Kailasa where multi-layer quarantine services are available. And you can sign up here in kailasa.org/Kailasa Care. And in the upcoming segments of this program, we will be sharing with you about what are all the different facilities that are being provided in Adi Kailasha and how you and your family can protect yourself from this pandemic. So with this, we will now be moving on to the next segment of the program, which is the offerings. What are the various different offerings that we can do to Devi Parashakti to express our gratitude after a short break?
We won't stop giving you just good life. We will literally not stop till you live enlightened life. Manifesting the state of Paramashiva, space of Paramashiva, powers of Paramashiva, being of Paramashiva. Whole world should become e-Kailashians.
I want the whole world to know Hindus have something great to contribute to the world. We have something great to contribute to the world. Let us do that.
E-Kailasa is proper customized spiritual service helping you to identify your root patterns of suffering. We have perfected the science of helping every individual from every cultural, religious, nationality background. You will have lowest reactionary assumptions, highest awakened response, alive response for life continuously. E-Kailasa is enlightenment ecosystem, literally enlightenment itself in your own home, wherever you are. Proper customized spiritual service helping you to complete with your life negativity, withdrawal from life, self-hatred, self-denial, self-doubt, so much of tiredness, laziness. We can support you aligning your diet, your attitude, your aptitude, your understanding about life. We can help you with everything. If you are interested in enlightenment, we will immediately bring this to you. If you are not interested, we will explain the whole science, inspire you and make you interested in enlightenment science.
Welcome back, dear viewers. The next segment of this program, we are going to share with you what are the different ways we can connect with Devi Parashakti, and what are the ways we can experience that deep gratitude, devotion, and feeling connection, and how can we express the deep gratitude, devotion, and feeling connection to Devi Parashakti. We'll first start with sharing the Shastra Pramana of Parashakti. Dhyana Shloka. Indhuni bhavedakaravakninayanam syat pankajavarabayajapakshaksarayuktam angahimabhushana vichitravasanam syat tunkamakutojjwalamanonmani swarupam.
And the English translation, which says beautifully, moonlight face holding the Vedas, the books in hand, fire in eyes, with a lotus flower gracing and blessing hands in one hand with the japamala, beautifully decorated with the jeweled ornaments in wonderful clothes and shining bright crown. Her name is Manonmani.
The next Dhyana Shloka. Yayetrevim trinetram sashini bhavadanam vedahastam dadanam savye padmam varadamapare chabhayam sakshamalam divyairavaranayir vibhushitatanam brahmadibhih pujitam देवीमेव मनोन्मणिं प्रतिदिनं कामर्थदत्रीं शुभाम्.
And the English translation: I meditate on Devi with 3 eyes, glowing like the moon and holding the Vedas, lotus engracing with blessing and gracing hands. She is wearing beautiful ornaments, worshipped by Brahma and other gods, and she showers the auspicious boons for all actions every day. Yes. Now let us understand the significance of the divine element of gold. Gold is considered a divine, a sacred element in Sanatana Hindu Dharma, and it has reference in the Atharva Veda. And I'll just now chant the English translation. Triply born by the birth is this gold, from the atoms of Agni is one. It becomes dearest to Agni. One fell away from the Soma when it was heard. One they call the seed of virtuous and powerful Apaha. Let that triple gold be for your long life. Yes, so gold is considered a divine element in the Hindu tradition. It purifies anything it touches, and it is an element of spiritual significance and great spiritual power of healing and enlightening. The vibration of gold has the power to infuse sattva energy and positive thought currents in anyone who wears it or anyone who operates even in its vicinity. And gold is also present in all the scriptures, the Agamas, Vedas, Shrutis, Smritis, the Itihasas, and Puranas. In all the Hindu scriptures, it is abundantly displayed that gold is the most auspicious and purest metal, which purifies our very being. In the Hindu civilization, everything is built in gold, exchanged in gold. Ritual fees were offered in gold. When one has to be saved from life-threatening illnesses, gold was offered as a ritual fee. And gold was abundance, used for weighing equivalent amounts of commodities, even including cows and other cattle. Kingdoms were built with huge doors of gold, and the streets would have huge columns and huge archways made of gold. Horses and cows and all of the animals that lived in coexistence in the civilization were also dressed in gold. And the Hindu civilization thrived on the banks of the rivers of gold. For example, the Indus River was called the Hiranyamaya, the river of gold in the Rig Veda. The river Saraswati was called the Hiranyavartani in the Atharva Veda. Gold is the supreme element for offering gifts to ones you love and revere. And temples are constructed and paved in gold. Deities are made in gold and decked and adorned in gold. And because it preserves the enlightenment energy for thousands of years, it literally lasts forever. So now we have the first offering of that anyone can offer for any amount. And this offering is available also on the YouTube Super Chat as well as the traditional payment methods. Now, first of all, let me chant the Shastra Pramana for this e-hundi offering. Bhakti Priya Bhakti Ghamya Bhakti Vashya Bhayapaha Shambhavi Sharadaradhya Sharvani Sharmadaini. And the English translation: Devi is fond of true devotion and is realized through true devotion. She can be won over through true devotion, and she removes all fear. This is from the Lalita Sahasranamam, and it promises that if there is any fear in the minds of devotees, that Devi is the one who can remove that fear, and that she appreciates, she loves for any kind, any small form of devotion. And it also says in the Lalita Sahasranamam that Devi is worshipped in autumn. Now, this is not the season autumn, but when naturally in our lives our thoughts and focus starts to turn more inwards, and the role of the divine becomes known and understood more clearly. At that time in our lives, Devi and the need for the worship of Devi becomes stronger. So in this verse, Shambhavi is a consort of Lord Shambhu, who's Lord Shiva, and Sharada Radhya means worship by Sharada Saraswati, and Sharvani means wife of Lord Shiva. And in the Linga Purana, it says that the Lord Shiva is called Sharva in his earth form. Sharmadhaini means Devi who bestows the happiness on the devotees. So you can offer this Ihundi offering for any amount, and you can offer your gratitude and devotion to Devi Parashakti by offering this, and your name will be chanted out during the puja to Devi. Yes, and the next offering is the Sankalpa chanting. So in this offering, the Shastra Pramana is coming from the Devi Mahatmyam, chapter 12, verse 14. And offering this Sankalpa, the conscious resolution, blesses a person with all the fruition and desires and wishings that he is yearning for. And from the Devi Mahatmyam, the Pramana is from chapter 12, verse 34. So I'll just chant the English translation. The goddess enchants this whole universe, and she herself gives birth to this universe. The goddess, being prayed without interest in anything, gives that knowledge that leads to salvation and gives wealth in the materialistic sense. So you can offer this conscious resolution, whether it is the conscious resolution to manifest breakthrough in your life or to manifest anything you want. You can offer this today to Devi Parashakti. If you're interested in making these offerings, you can go to tiny.cc/Devi offerings. Yes, and the next offering, a very special, very unique kind of offering, is the Sahasranama Swarna Kasu. In the Lalita Sahasranama, in verse 731, Devi Parashakti is described as Nama Parayana Prita, meaning the one, she who likes the repetition of her various names. And this is the offering of the 1008 names of Devi Parashakti. You might have heard before the Sahasranama Archana or the Namavali Archana. But this is just taking it to the next level, as supreme, most sacred offering of the gold coin, which is inscribed with all the names of Devi, all the 1008 names of Devi. Not only that, this offering is made to the Mahameru of Devi Parashakti, the three-dimensional deity, three-dimensional formation, which is worshipped as the deity and embodiment of Devi Parashakti. So this offering is offering a gold coin inscribed with all of the 1008 names to receive the blessings and to start radiating the Ananta Kalyana Gunas, all of the divine qualities of Devi Parashakti, which are chanted during the Sahasranama Archana. So if you're interested, once again, in making these offerings, you can proceed to tiny.cc/Devi offerings. The next offering that is available for each and every one of you to deepen your connection with Devi Parashakti and offer with your utmost gratitude at the feet of Devi Parashakti, your love, your gratitude, is the Mukta Anguti. This is the finger ring, the finger pearl ring of Devi Parashakti. The source of this beautiful offering is from the Meenakshi Pancharatnam. So I'll just be chanting the Meenakshi Pancharatnam. Muktahara nala satkirita rataram purninduvasta prabham Shinjunnu purakinkini manidharam padma prabhapasuram Sarvabhita palapradam girisutam Vanaravasevitam Meenakshi Parnatosmya Santatamaham Karunyavaranmudim. I bow down to the goddess Meenakshi, whose crown has garlands of pearls, and the face shining like the full moon, who wears anklets that are studded with gemstones, and the small bells, who's shining like the splendor of a lotus, who grants all the wishes, the daughter of the mountain, who is worshipped by goddess Vani and Rama. I remain ever bowing to the goddess Meenakshi, the ocean of compassion. Yes. So in this beautiful offering, you can achieve the grace and blessings. You can receive the grace and blessings of Devi Parashakti and be showered with her compassion and pure love in all your business endeavors, your business ventures. And if you're interested in making this offering today, please proceed to tiny.cc/Devi offerings. We'll also be running through a walkthrough for each and every one of you to understand how you can make these payments, what are the different ways at the end of this segment. So please stay tuned for that also. So we'll go on to the next offering now. The next offering is the Swarna Padma Pushpa, the golden lotus. So in the Kamik Agama, it says that all of the kalashas should be wound around with a suitable thread and covered with new cloth. They should be adorned with the lotus flower made of gold. So here it is giving from the Kamik Agama the reference for the lotus flower offering made of gold. And in the Hindu scriptures, the lotus is a very common and very sacred element or sacred flower. The next slide, please. So the lotus is actually used in all of the different forms of worship for its stem, its pericarp, the lotus petals, and the lotus flower as a whole, as well as the lotus leaf. So in this, it is really considered a divine flower. Not only that, in the Hindu scriptures, the lotus is referenced as the Shakti of Paramashiva, which is also called the lotus, and also the base of the Paramashiva linga is a lotus, and also the disciple of Paramashiva is also considered and referred to as a lotus. So today, you can offer the gold lotus in any size which you want and be blessed to have the state, space, and powers and being of Devi in your innermost space amidst any adverse situation in your life. What is known most about the lotus is that in any kind of water, whether it is so muddy and polluted, the lotus will be the flower that blooms from that kind of water, from even the swamps and from the ponds, even with the lowest amount of water. So even in the adverse situations of life, this flower or this offering can give you the strength to face that situation and overcome and grow and be the best in any adverse situation of your life. The next slide, please. Yes. So the next offering is the Swarnamati offering, which is the gold toe ring. In the Hindu tradition, the toe ring is a very traditional piece of jewelry which the women wear, the married women wear, and Devi Parashakti as the divine consort of Paramashiva and the cosmic mother wears the golden toe ring. So we offer this to Devi Parashakti, and this is referenced also in the sacred scriptures. I'll just be chanting the English translation. You whose brightness from the toenails destroys the darkness of ignorance from the minds of devotees who prostrate at your feet. You whose brightness from your 2 feet overpowers that of the lotus flower. So this Swarnamati offering is what you can make in order to remove all the darkness and remove the ignorance which is there inside of you and receive the blessings of Devi Parashakti, receive the ultimate illumination, the experience of Paramashiva and Paramashivoham with Devi Parashakti. The next slide, please. So offer the toe ring to Devi, adorning her sacred feet, to be in constant gratitude for receiving her blessings, even the most difficult aspects of your life. The next slide, please. The next offering is the Swarna Mangtika, the gold hairline jewelry, another very traditional piece of jewelry which all Hindu women, traditional Hindu women wear, regardless if you are married or not. So this hairline jewelry actually represents the nectar which is overflowing from the Sahasrara Chakra when it's fully open. So the Sahasrara Chakra is actually represented by the 1,000-petaled lotus, and that sits right on your crown and right at the top of your head. And it is the chakra, our energy center, associated with gratitude and feelings of gratitude. So when that is overflowing and when that chakra is opened, the nectar which is coming out is represented by the Mangtika. And that Mangtika is what the Hindu traditional women, and of course Devi Parashakti herself, wears, because it represents the open Sahasrara Chakra and the overflowing gratitude. And in fact, in the scriptures, Devi Parashakti is described so beautifully and lovingly as Shuddha Sarabhi Varshani, meaning she who makes the nectar flow in all of our nerves from Sahasrara, she who gives the very pleasant experience of the ultimate. So as you can see, it's such a sweet offering, the golden hairline jewelry, which is basically the representation of the nectar overflowing from the Sahasrara Chakra. When we offer this offering to Devi Parashakti herself in gold, this literally gives us the blessing of overflowing gratitude to Devi Parashakti for her utmost compassion in our lives. And not only that, the space of complete completion. In fact, when the Sahasrara Chakra opens, we experience the space of complete completion and overflowing gratitude, which is what Devi Parashakti blesses us with in this offering. The next slide, please. The next offering is the Pratyaksha Pada Puja. Now, the Pratyaksha Pada Puja is one of the most beloved offerings because it is an offering of puja directly at the feet of the Guru. And the Guru being alive, the very incarnation of Paramashiva and Parashakti in the human form today, it becomes the most powerful offering that you can make. Yes, the English translation of the Shastra Pramana, which we had just chanted before, but I'll chant again, is the illumining splendor of Devi's toenails dispel the darkness of ignorance in the devotees prostrating at her feet. Her feet defeat the lotus power even in beauty. And also in the Shlokam 83 of the Saundarya Lahari, which states that the nails which have been sharpened by constantly being touched by the crowns of celestial beings, which always prostrate before Devi, the Tamoguna is actually the darkness. And in this stotram, tamas is indicative of ignorance in the minds of devotees. And by constantly prostrating at the feet of Devi, the ignorance is removed and Devi blesses with the ultimate knowledge. Offering this Pratyaksha Pada Puja is the best offering where you can receive all the auspiciousness and blessings of the Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism himself. And also, as we are coming closer to Guru Purnima, during the Guru Purnima Brahmotsavam, which is starting just a few days, and on Guru Purnima day itself, July 23rd, it is a most auspicious time, Muhurta, in order to offer Guru Puja or offer the Pada Puja to the Guru. So as the embodiment of Paramashiva and Parashakti expressing through us, making this divine cosmic being available to his form, this is the most powerful offering that you can make, the Pratyaksha Pada Puja. The next slide, please. The final offering, among many others today, that is available is the Vastra Seva. This Vastra Seva is the Seva of offering the sacred cloth for adorning Devi Parashakti. Yes, we can go on to the next slide. Yes. So offering the Vastra Seva will bestow all of the auspiciousness and blessings of the Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism on the Yajaman, on the receiver. So it's one of the most precious offerings that you can make as well. So this comes to a conclusion of all the different offerings. We now can show you a brief summary of all of the different offerings which you can make today. The next slide, please. So as you can see, the Ihundi offering, the Sankalpa chanting, the Sahasranama, Devi Sahasranama Kasu, Swarna Kasu, as well as the Mukta Anguti, the Swarna Padma Pushpa, the Swarna Meti, the Swarna Mangtika, the Pratyaksha Pada Puja, and the Vastra Seva. So all of these are available for different amounts in order for you to offer directly to Devi Parashakti. If you'd like to proceed with your payment and proceed with the next steps immediately, you don't need to wait. You can go to tiny.cc/Devi offerings. And if you want more information as well, you can find some more there. The next slide, please. So, yes. Now, in the registration form that you are going to make, there are actually two options. So if you are ready to make these offerings, you're feeling inspired, you want to immediately make these offerings and immediately connect with Devi Parashakti, you don't need to wait. You can go ahead and fill out the payment form, the payment details, and fill out the registration form as well as the Sankalpa form, and go ahead and make your payment. Now, also, if you feel that I really want to make these offerings, I really feel that I am feeling so grateful for Devi Parashakti for what she has given me in my life, whether it is health, long-lasting relationships, wealth, whatever it is, but you feel, okay, I might not be ready to make the offering that I really want to make. For example, if any of these offerings you wanted to make, but you're not able to manifest that correct amount of money, or you're not able to manifest any other situation in your life right now to align to making that reality manifest in your life, making the reality of offering these sevas manifest in your life, then you can still fill out the registration form. So either if you're interested in making the offering, you'd like to know more information, or you want help in manifesting this offering in your life, or you just want more details, you can fill out the registration form and we can help you with ensuring that you manifest this in your life. So you can go ahead to tiny.cc/Bhava Samadhi and you can fill out the registration form if you want help in manifesting this offering today. The other options here are the online payment. If you are ready to make the online payment for the offering of the sevas, you can go to tiny.cc/Devi offerings. And always after the payments, make sure that you are submitting the details for the puja at tiny.cc/Sankalpa 2021. And now we'll go through just a brief walkthrough of how you can make your payments, how you can fill out the registration form, the Sankalpa form, and even how to make a donation or make any kind of donation through the YouTube Super Chat. And this is the e-hundi offering. Just like when you go to the temple and you'd like to make an offering, or you like to just offer whatever you can into the hundi of the temple, the e-hundi offering is available on the YouTube Super Chat. And it's very simple, very easy for you to make that offering. So now we'll be right back with you in order to go through the walkthrough and just take you through the steps of making your payment and filling out the registration form for offering any of these sevas. Yes, as we get that ready, I invite all the viewers just to, I highly encourage and hope you understand, first of all, that Devi Parashakti is blessing each and every one of us with just her personal love, personal compassion and grace about for each and every one of us, regardless of the fact if we are ready to offer anything to her, if we want, even if we are having even the smallest amount of gratitude. She is revealing the Akashic records to us and guiding us in these very dark times in many of our lives. But if you would like to make this offering, if you would like to make this offering and just establish yourself, your relationship with Devi with deep gratitude, that ultimately manifests more and more of Devi's blessings in your life, of whatever you want to manifest a breakthrough in your life. So these are scientific, literally proven methods researched by the ancient Vedic scientists, the ancient rishis of Sanatana Hindu Dharma, of deepening and establishing yourself in the ultimate connection with Devi Parashakti, each and every one of these sevas. So make sure that even if you're not ready to make the payment immediately, that you start manifesting, each and every one of you, these offerings of gratitude in your life today. So now we can go through the different payment methods and the how to make a payment or make an e-hundi offering on the YouTube Super Chat.
Yes, thank you, Masada Shukriya. Here what we are seeing on the screen is the YouTube live screen, where if you're watching the live stream on YouTube, this is what you will see. And on the right side, you will see a chat box. Now, in the chat box at the bottom, it says members only mode, which is available. Whenever the Devi Parashakti Akashic reading is going on, only the members of the official YouTube channel will be able to post your questions directly for Devi Parashakti to see and bless us all. So if you would like to join as a member of the channel, all you have to do is click on join, and you will have various different member options available: bronze, silver, gold, platinum, and premium options available. All you have to do is click on join, and you can add your credit card or debit card. You can add your PayPal details, and you can go ahead and click on save card, or you can go ahead and become a member of this channel. And after you become a member of the channel, you have an option to contribute to the channel through the YouTube Super Chat or the Super Sticker option. So you can go to YouTube Super Chat or Super Sticker, and you can make your contributions and offer your support to Kailasa. And for those of you who would like to make your offerings to Devi Parashakti, you can go to tiny.cc/Devi-offerings. Now, when you go to tiny.cc/Devi-offerings, here is a page that opens up. Here in the Sevas, you see a list of options, a drop down that are coming up. You can choose what is the offering that you want to do. Say I choose Pratyaksha Pada Puja, that the Guru Purnima is coming up shortly. I want to offer Pratyaksha Pada Puja. I click on that, choose that option, and I click on add to cart. When I click on add to cart, it goes and shows me the various different options that I have, the various offerings that I have selected. In this case, only the Pratyaksha Pada Puja. If I want to add any more offerings, I can go ahead and click back. And when I click on the back button in the browser, here you can add any more sevas that are coming up. Let's say I want to go ahead and choose Sankalpa chanting. and I want to do this for, let's 5 of my family members. I increase the quantity to 5. I click on add to cart. As I click on add to cart, you come down and you click on proceed to checkout. When you click on proceed to checkout, it goes to the final page. You add the billing details, you add the orders, you add the credit card details. You click on I have read and agreed to the website terms and conditions, and on the right side, you click on place order. So you go ahead and place the order for this particular thing. So this is a very easy way for you to go ahead and make an offering to Devi Parashakti. After you go ahead and make the offering, you go ahead and make the online payment. You go to the next form, which is in the scroll in the bottom of the screen, which is tiny.cc/Sankalpa 2021. So right next to that, click on next, and you can go ahead and enter, read to the terms and conditions. And you click on offering for Devi Parashakti Akashic readings. You scroll down, you click on next. As you click on next, the next page shows the various different offerings. You can choose what offering that you wanted to make your payment for, and you can click on, go ahead and fill the names of your family members whom you want benefited from this Sankalpa offering. So we have 2 steps. One is tiny.cc/Devi-offerings for you to choose which seva you want to do. And the next step is tiny.cc/Sankalpa 2021 to enter the names of the family members whom you want benefited from this offering. So with that, we come to the conclusion of this segment. And we will now be moving on to the next segment of the Devi Parashakti Akashic Reading program, which is the administrators of Adi Kailasa will be joining us shortly to share about the multi-layer quarantine facilities in Adi Kailash. And we have live Satsang coming up tonight at 10 p.m. Indian Standard Time. So we'll be right back with you after a short break.
This enlightenment signs to the whole world wherever they are, because enlightenment is the birthright of all human beings. Kailasa is responsible to provide that to all human beings. Kailasa is the totality of the knowledge I received from my gurus and practice manifested in my life, perfected by teaching millions of people from all cultures, time zones, backgrounds, genders, nationality, race, from every creed. So this absolutely perfected knowledge available to you, served to you in your home without even you moving out of your couch, free of cost. What I mean by the word e-Kailasa, listen intensely. Enlightenment ecosystem, literally enlightenment itself, in your own home, wherever you are. If you cannot come to Kailasa, it's okay. Kailasa can come to you. Kailasa coming to you is e-Kailasa.
I will revive Hinduism. I am a Hindu revivalist, not by any revolution, but by evolution. And setting model communities. Kailasas, enlightenment ecosystems, Sarvanya Pitas all over the world.
All powerful cognitions, knowledge, only when you live, power manifestation and possibilities manifestation happens. This is a fundamental truth.
Hinduism cannot live exclusively as one sampradaya. No. All sampradayas of Hinduism is an ecosystem. So don't keep quiet thinking that if one sampradaya is attacked, only that sampradaya is going to be affected. All of us are ecosystem. I invite all of you to get involved and enjoy Hinduism by the principle of Dharmo Rakshati Rakshitaha. When you protect Dharma, Dharma protects you. We will make the whole planet flourish spiritually. The spiritual prosperity will happen to the whole planet Earth. We all have to coexist together.
We get you health. We get you ability to build beautiful relationships in your life. We get you direct spiritual support, and we make sure you become wealthy.
Shivoham Om Nithyananda Paramashivoham Om Nithyananda Paramashivoham Om Nithyananda Paramashivoham
We won't stop giving you just good life. We will literally not stop till you live enlightened life. manifesting the state of Paramashiva, space of Paramashiva, powers of Paramashiva, being of Paramashiva. Whole world should become e-Kailashians.
I want the whole world to know Hindus have something great to contribute to the world. We have something great to contribute to the world. Let us do that.
E-Kailasa is proper customized spiritual service helping you to identify your root patterns of suffering. We have perfected the science of helping every individual from every cultural, religious, nationality background. You will have lowest reactionary assumptions, highest awakened response, alive response for life continuously. E-Kailasa is enlightenment ecosystem, literally enlightenment itself in your own home, wherever you are. Proper customized spiritual service helping you to complete with your life negativity, withdrawal from life, self-hatred, self-denial, self-doubt, so much of tiredness, laziness. We can support you aligning your diet, your attitude, your aptitude, your understanding about life. We can help you with everything. If you are interested in enlightenment, we will immediately bring this to you. If you are not interested, we will explain the whole science, inspire you and make you interested in enlightenment time. We need to cater this enlightenment science to the whole world wherever they are, because enlightenment is the birthright of all human beings. Kailasa is responsible to provide that to all human beings. Kailasa is the totality of the knowledge I received from my gurus and practice manifested in my life, perfected by teaching millions of people from all cultures, time zones, backgrounds, genders, nationality, race, from every creed. So this absolutely perfected knowledge available to you, served to you in your home without even you moving out of your couch, free of cost. What I mean by the word e-Kailasa, listen intensely. Enlightenment ecosystem, literally enlightenment itself in your own home, wherever you are. If you cannot come to Kailasa, it's okay. Kailasa can come to you. Kailasa coming to you is E-Kailasa.
I will revive Hinduism. I am a Hindu revivalist, not by any revolution, but by evolution. And setting model communities. Kailasas, enlightenment ecosystems, Sarvanya Pitas all over the world.
All powerful cognition, knowledge, only when you live, power manifestation and possibilities manifestation happens. This is a fundamental truth.
Hinduism cannot live exclusively as one sampradaya. No. All sampradayas of Hinduism is an ecosystem. So don't keep quiet thinking that if one sampradaya is attacked, only that sampradaya is going to be affected. All of us are ecosystem. I invite all of you to get involved and enjoy Hinduism by the principle of Dharmo Rakshati Rakshitaha. When you protect Dharma, Dharma protects you. We will make the whole planet flourish spiritually. The spiritual prosperity will happen to the whole planet Earth. We all have to coexist together.
We get you health. We get you ability to build beautiful relationships in your life. We get you direct spiritual support, and we make sure you become wealthy. We won't stop giving you just good life. We will literally not stop till you live enlightened life. Manifesting the state of Paramashiva, space of Paramashiva, powers of Paramashiva, being of Paramashiva. Whole world should become E-Kailasians.
I want the whole world to know Hindus have something great to contribute to the world. We have something great to contribute to the world. Let us do that.
E-Kailasa is proper customized spiritual service helping you to identify your root patterns of suffering we have perfected the science of helping every individual from every cultural, religious, nationality background. You will have lowest reactionary assumptions, highest awakened response, alive response for life continuously. E-Kailasa is enlightenment ecosystem, literally enlightenment itself in your own home, wherever you are. Proper customized spiritual service helping you to complete with your life negativity, withdrawal from life, self-hatred, self-denial, self-doubt, so much of tiredness, laziness. We can support you aligning your diet, your attitude, your aptitude, your understanding about life. We can help you with everything.
Om Nithyananda Paramashivoham. Om
Nithyananda, and welcome to the next segment, which is about the revival of temple sciences and ecosystems. Especially in today's situation, what is the role of temples? How are people being impacted by the lack of availability of temples? In Maharashtra, the famous Shirdi, in Maharashtra, the famous Siddhivinayak temple, as well as the Shirdi Sai Baba temple, ordered to be shut down. In Puri, the world famous Jagannath temple ordered to remain closed for public in the wake of the statewide lockdown. In the capital of Odisha, which is Bhubaneswar, the highest ever single day spike was recorded with over 500 new COVID-19 cases, and the local municipal authorities declared the closure of all religious places, including temples. In Uttar Pradesh, the major Mathura temples banned the entry of devotees. Two major temples of the Sapta Devalaya, which is a cluster of the 7 temples in Vrindavan, banned the entry of devotees in view of the rising COVID-19 cases. In Gujarat, the Somnath temple, which has been witness to over 17 invasions by the Mughals itself, way back, the temple that has been standing and revived in history, standing tall as the most attacked and revived temple that closed for darshan in view of the surge of the COVID-19 infections. And in the wake of all this, on one side, temples being closed for entry by devotees, and on the other hand, literally the temples being destroyed. Like one can see here in Tamil Nadu, an ancient temple, which is standing as of the Chola era. The temple murtis have been beheaded. You can see here the Shivalinga defiled and thrown on the ground, and literally the deities have been beheaded. The devotee who went to the temple was shocked to find all the murtis in the temple in this state, and he's lodged a complaint with the local police. But what can be done? The damage is done. The Kailasanada temple in a village in Pudukkottai. This is the same temple. It is said to belong to the era of Chola II. With Paramashiva as presiding deity, the temple was housing other deities like Ganesha, Parvati, Murugan, Krishna, and Nandi. And all these murtis discovered in this shocking state. And in the face of all this, what is the temple experience one sees in the various de facto spiritual embassies of Kailasa across India and across the world. Now, in the times when COVID-19 is rampant and the ancient temples are in a lockdown because of the widespread corona disease, the devotees of these temples were visiting and having darshan of their gods and goddesses for thousands of years. Yet, all these ancient sacred sentiments have come to a harming halt after the lockdowns have taken place. The religious fervor of the devotees is being lost due to the pandemic. The Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism is reviving the e-Kailasa ecosystem and bringing all the ancient traditions of the online platforms on Kailasa TV, YouTube, and Facebook. In a time of absolute need, when people at large are experiencing such heavy levels of stress, depressive disorder, anxiety, temples are the fundamental support system for any practicing Hindu, even in the times of peace. Then what about the times of distress? And in the time of this global pandemic, when physical temples have been forced to shut down, Kailasa, in its most unique way, is contributing in the form of opening e-Kailasa ecosystems and without any compromise done to the rituals, to the practices, the injunctions in the Veda Agamas, all the ancient traditions are now being made available on online platforms and various social media, and the gates literally for praying to the literally living deities in the form of Archavataras has been opened by Kailasa. And let us now understand why deity worship in the first place. Bhagavan says, please understand, deities are not mere idols. They are embodiment of ideals. We do not worship the idols. We worship the ideals represented through the idols. When the divine is present before him, in a form he can see, touch, and relate to, the transmutation becomes an easy and joyful process. Second, deities in a real kshetra, means energy field, are always carved in the form of ancient masters and enlightened beings. Even though no longer in the body, they can be invoked. The masters can be invoked, their energy can be invoked through the name or form they used while they were in the physical plane. When we pray to the deity or chant its name, the corresponding divine vibration is automatically awakened and becomes available on the energy plane to guide and bless us. This is really the science of deity worship. The Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism, Bhagavan Nithyananda Paramashivam, has revealed how we, the Hindus, mastered the science of bringing the divine to the deities and expressing the divine through the deities. The whole science has been mastered in the Vedic tradition. The revival of temples will be the revival of world peace and world bliss. Revival of temple culture, the deity worship, where people are made to look in, that is where the revival of Sanatana Hindu Dharma, Advaita Satya, is going to happen. Shiva saved Markandeya from death, and that became an independent deity, Kala Kala. Same way, he danced in ecstasy. That action became Nataraja. Vishnu's very action of showering blessings on the world became Lakshmi. Brahma's very action of constantly sharing the wisdom with the whole universe became Saraswati. So, each of the actions of the ultimate becomes independent intelligence and energy. When those deities, whatever you want, immediately happens. whatever result you want, worship with rites those divine energies who are the personification of those actions. Immediate results are achieved by connecting with those deities. In this world, this can be a powerful method through which you can achieve whatever you want in your life. This is really the science of worship, the core of the temple tradition, one of the most important, the central pillars of Kailasa, deity worship and temples. And this is not some custom or tradition or superstition. It is a very solid science based on the science of life, based on the multi-dimensional logic on which the universe operates. That science revealed in all its glory, tradition, inner workings by the Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism, not only in the form of this knowledge, but also as an experience in the form of the huge, magnificent temples housing living deities, Archavataras, and all the temples in the de facto spiritual embassies of Kailasa worldwide. And that is one of the many ways in which the COVID care protection centers of Kailasa in the various de facto spiritual embassies are providing support and succor to one and all who register to this COVID care protection centers. We will, in the next few minutes, be understanding what are the various ways in which the COVID care protection centers offer one protection in all levels, physical, mental, psychological, spiritual. And if you would like to register yourself for the COVID care protection centers, please register now through this link, https://kailasa.org/kailasacare. That is https://kailasa.org/kailasacare. Let us take a few seconds now to register ourselves in this link.
If you are interested in enlightenment, we will immediately bring this to you. If you are not interested, we will explain the whole science, inspire you, and make you interested in enlightenment time. We need to cater this enlightenment science to the whole world wherever they are, because enlightenment is the birthright of all human beings. Kailasa is responsible to provide that to all human beings. Kailasa is the totality of the knowledge I received from my gurus and practice manifested in my life, perfected by teaching millions of people from all cultures, time zones, backgrounds, genders, nationality, race, from every creed. So this absolutely perfected knowledge available to you, served to you in your home without even you moving out of your couch, free of cost. What I mean by the word e-Kailasa, listen intensely. Enlightenment ecosystem, literally enlightenment itself, in your own home, wherever you are. If you cannot come to Kailasa, it's okay. Kailasa can come to you. Kailasa coming to you is e-Kailasa.
I will revive Hinduism. I am a Hindu revivalist, not by any revolution, but by evolution. And setting model communities. Kailasas, enlightenment ecosystems, Sarvanya Peethas all over the world.
All powerful cognition, knowledge, only when you live, power manifestation and possibilities manifestation happens. This is a fundamental truth.
Hinduism cannot live exclusively as one sampradaya. No. All sampradayas of Hinduism is an ecosystem. So don't keep quiet thinking that if one sampradaya is attacked, only that sampradaya is going to be affected. All of us are ecosystem.
I invite all of you to get involved and enjoy Hinduism by the principle of Dharmo Rakshati Rakshitaha. When you protect Dharma, Dharma protects you.
We will make the whole planet flourish spiritually. The spiritual prosperity will happen to the whole planet Earth. We all have to coexist together.
We get you health. We get you ability to build beautiful relationships in your life. We get you direct spiritual support, and we make sure you become wealthy. We won't stop giving you
In the next segment, we're going to see the contributions from Kailasa's temple ecosystems. Kailasa is a place where everything related to super consciousness is revived. All the sampradayas, all the spiritual ecosystems created for enlightenment will be revived and established in such a way that it never gets lost again. They're forever serving the humanity. Next, we're going to watch the video where the Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism, Jagadguru Mahasamidhanam, His Divine Holiness Swamiji, is going to share about the revival of Hindu temple ecosystems. Stay tuned, we'll watch the video and we'll be right back.
I am going to revive Hinduism by setting up a model community, enlightenment ecosystem. I'm going to create absolutely from the scratch newly self-sustaining, temple-based Hindu ancient enlightenment ecosystem and civilization based on that. Understand? Kailasa is reviving the ancient Hindu enlightened civilization. Paramashiva himself manifested this Kailasa Mandala, the enlightenment ecosystem, and the lifestyle. I am going to revive this whole enlightenment ecosystem, Kailasa, by creating a model Kailasas all over the world. I am going to revive Hindu enlightenment ecosystem. I am going to create absolute.
Sorry for the technical glitch. Yes. So the adulation of violence in recent lifestyle has enabled disruption in several nations, affecting the millions of lives with mental distress, physical health ailments, defalcation of food supply, and pinpointed disruption to the infrastructure of several countries. The Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism has dedicated his life and made it his mission to bring the global peace from the ground level through the Kailasa's Department of Religion and Worship and the Department of Human Services, to bring harmony in humanity, to create a life of freedom and peace for every individual on the planet through the revival of the temple ecosystems. Joshua Gordon, the director of National Institute of Mental Health, has told that he grouped the protective influences on mental health on the following factors. Number one, the individual factors such as microbiome, the natural and built components that includes the green spaces, housing, and highways, which may play a very important role in health disparities. Social factors like family structure, poverty, and other social determinants of health. From 1994 to this date, the Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism has worked tirelessly in the revival of the temple ecosystems globally. Through Kailasa's Department of Health and Worship and the Department of Human Services, led by the Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism, this lifelong commitment to the mission and the vision of bringing global harmony, sustainable living, and reproducible ecosystems have been proven in building active, contributing temple ecosystems around the world. On 21st of October 2006, following a meditation under the sacred banyan tree in Adi Kailasa, peacekeepers of Kailasa, along with the children of Nithyananda Gurukul, celebrate the auspicious occasion of Deepavali. On 22nd of December 2018, the peacekeepers of Kailasa and the participants of Paramashivoham meditation workshop take part in the celebrations of traditional flag hoisting ceremony. On 14th of December 2006, the Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism conducting the Nithyananda Spurana Convention program. On 17th of December 2006, the Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism conducting the Nithyananda Spurana program in St. Peter's Engineering College. On 26th of May 2006, the peacekeepers of Kailasa and the Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism on Himalayan Yatra, the traditional sacred pilgrimage to the Himalayan mountains and up the river Ganga. The temple ecosystem of Tiruvannamalai serves as the driving factor in maintaining the lifestyle of health, wealth, and well-being of denizens of Tiruvannamalai, one of the remaining living temple ecosystems. On 31st of December 2018, the peacekeepers of Kailasa and the participants of Paramashivoham meditation workshop take part in morning meditation and traditional puja, or the ritualistic worship in Adi Kailasa. On 17th of August 2014, the distribution of sweet butter as the part of Krishna Janmashtami celebrations, the celebration of Lord Krishna's birth in Adi Kailasa. On 17th of August in the same year, where you can see playfully colorful celebrations of Krishna Janmashtami. So you can actually understand how the whole temple ecosystem is spreading happiness, oneness, and consciously evolving each and every being. As part of the Krishna Janmashtami celebrations, the peacekeepers of Kailasa are distributing free organic food to the public. On 11th of September 2016, The peacekeepers of Kailasa, led by the Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism, take part in Kara Seva, the voluntary contribution of physical service towards the cleaning and construction of the sacred Hindu temple. The Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism arrives with the volunteers and the Kailasa's peacekeepers to provide relief efforts to the cyclone-hit Pondicherry region through the distribution of food, water, and basic necessities, medical camps, and clearing the local roads for further relief efforts. On 4th of January 2012, the Thane food relief food preparations in Pondicherry. On 3rd Jan 2012, Thane flood relief medical camps. Next, we see the Kailasa's ecosystems around the world, which is established in all the global continents. Kailasa in Tiruvannamalai as a traditionally being passed on to the hands of the Supreme Pontiff of Hindus by his Guru, Mata Vivekanandapuri. And right side, you can see how the same ecosystem in a couple of decades, how it has evolved into a huge enlightenment ecosystem serving thousands of people and the delegates through Kalpataru meditation workshop and Shiva Diksha. You can see in 2011 in Kailasa and Tiruvannamalai, the Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism himself serving the Annadan. On 11th of March 2017, in the same Kailasa in Tiruvannamalai, thousands of people arrived to celebrate the enlightenment ecosystem and to traditionally receive the blessings from the Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism. Next, what we are seeing is the Tiruchengodu Sarvanya Peetham, Adi Nithyananda Peetham, the first temple ecosystem established by the Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism at the age of 23 on the banks of the river Kaveri. This was the start of the borderless Hindu temple ecosystem as we know today as Kailasa. After having a vision of the sacred banyan tree, the Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism had established the Adi Kailasa temple ecosystem with the same banyan tree at its heart, the main headquarters of Kailasa. Through the living stream, to the live stream of the sacred banyan tree and the deities, the temple ecosystems of Adi Kailasa is being continuously available to one and all from wherever they are. The continuous flow of worship and the temple services in Adi Kailasa. The continuous flow of worship and the temple services in the Adi Kailasa Nithyananda Peetham in Viridi. The first temple being established by the Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism outside India, the temple being physically come into life in just 9 months. The chief presiding deities of temple are Sri Nithyanandeshwara Paramashiva and Devi Nithyanandeshwari Parashakti. And next, what we are seeing is the Los Angeles temple that was inaugurated first in 2005. And again, that houses the largest Shivalinga and Rajarajeshwari Devi in North America. The Kailasa in Los Angeles is a 25,000 square feet temple complex housing 80 plus deities. It is one of the largest Hindu temples ecosystems in the West, housing the blissful dancing form of Ganesha in Kailasa in Seattle, and the largest living Nataraja deity outside of India. Kailasa in Seattle is also known as the Chidambaram of the West. Next, what we are seeing is the Kailasa in San Jose, California, which was inaugurated in 2009. Kailasa in San Jose radiates the energy of Madurai Meenakshi Temple. The chief presiding deities of the temple are Devi Meenakshi, the Shivalinga, Lord Nithyanandeshwara and Devi Nithyanandeshwari, which have been created, installed, and energized by the Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism himself. Kailasa in St. Louis, Missouri, alongside with the Shivalinga and the Nithyananda Ganesha. Kailasa in St. Louis carries the energy of Tirumala Tirupati of South India and houses one of the tallest Venkateshwara deities in North America, along with his consorts, Sri Devi and Bhu Devi. The beautiful landscape nestled among the woods and rolling hills of Missouri stretches to about 20 acres. Next, what we are seeing is Kailasa in Phoenix, Arizona, which is home to over 21 deities and with a temple structure of 2,500 square feet. Kailasa in Phoenix has been directly established by the Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism, serving as an energy feed of worship, meditation, and celebration over 7 years. Formally inaugurated in 2017, the Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism has declared that the Kailasa in Houston as the Parihara Sthala for all the Navagraha doshas. Next, what we have is Kailasa in Toronto, Canada, inaugurated on July 2011, which is the only Hindu temple in the West with all the 63 Nayanmars and 18 Siddhas residing as the deities. The temple deities here are seated exactly as the existentially preside in Kailasa around Paramashiva, the primordial deity of Hinduism. Next, what we are seeing is the active and alive from 2011 onwards, the Kailasa in Toronto, which has been blessed to radiate the super conscious energy of Kailasa. This temple ecosystem goes on providing various temple services to the community, such as Annadan and traditional Hindu ceremonies. Kailasa's Department of Religion and Worship, the Department of Human Services, and each of Kailasa's temple ecosystems consider the right of happiness to be the highest happiness, highest fundamental right of all the human beings. The ultimate goal of Hinduism and the Kailasa, led by the Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism, is the material and spiritual well-being and prosperity of humanity. So we welcome one and all to join the COVID Care Protection Centers that the Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism, Jagadguru Mahasannidhanam, for His Divine Holiness Swamiji, has opened to one and all. We welcome you to register yourself in kailasa.org/kailasacare, KAILASA.org/KAILASACARE. So let's take a few minutes to join kailasa.org/kailasacare.
Literally not stop till you live enlightened life. Manifesting the state of Paramashiva, space of Paramashiva, powers of Paramashiva, being of Paramashiva. Whole world should become e-Kailashians.
I want the whole world to know Hindus have something great to contribute to the world. We have something great to contribute to the world. Let us do that.
E-Kailasa is proper customized spiritual service helping you to identify your root patterns of suffering. We have perfected the science helping every individual from every cultural, religious, nationality background. You will have lowest reactionary assumptions, highest awakened response, alive response for life continuously. E-Kailasa is enlightenment ecosystem, literally enlightenment itself in your own home, wherever you are. Proper customized spiritual service helping you to complete with your life negativity, withdrawal from life, self-hatred, self-denial, self-doubt, so much of tiredness, laziness. We can support you aligning your diet, your attitude, your aptitude, your understanding about life. We can help you with everything. If you are interested in enlightenment, we will immediately bring this to you. If you are not interested, we will explain the whole science, inspire you and make you interested in enlightenment science. We need to cater this enlightenment science to the whole world wherever they are, because enlightenment is the birthright of all human beings. Kailasa is responsible to provide that to all human beings. Kailasa is the totality of the knowledge I received from my gurus and practice manifested in my life, perfected by teaching millions of people from all cultures, time zones, backgrounds, genders, nationality, race, from every creed. So this absolutely perfected knowledge available to you, served to you in your home, without even you moving out of your couch, free of cost. What I mean by the word E-Kailasa, listen intensely. Enlightenment ecosystem, literally enlightenment itself in your own home, wherever you are. If you cannot come to Kailasa, it's okay. Kailasa can come to you. Kailasa coming to you is E-Kailasa.
I will revive Hinduism. I am a Hindu revivalist, not by any revolution, but by evolution. And setting model communities. Kailasas, enlightenment ecosystems, Sarvanya Pitas all over the world.
all powerful cognition, knowledge. Only when you live, power manifestation and possibilities manifestation happens. This is a fundamental truth.
Hinduism cannot live exclusively as one sampradaya. No. All sampradayas of Hinduism is an ecosystem. So don't keep quiet thinking that if one sampradaya is attacked, only that sampradaya is going to be affected. All of us are ecosystem.
I invite all of you to get involved and enjoy Hinduism by the principle of Dharmo Rakshati Rakshitaha. When you protect Dharma, Dharma protects you.
We will make the whole planet flourish spiritually. The spiritual prosperity will happen to the whole planet Earth. We all have to coexist together.
We get you health. We get you ability to build beautiful relationships in your life. We get you direct spiritual support, and we make sure you become wealthy. We won't stop giving you just good life. We will literally not stop till you live enlightened life. Manifesting the state of Paramashiva, space of Paramashiva, powers of Paramashiva, being of Paramashiva. Whole world should become e-Kailashian.
I want the whole world to know Hindus have something great to contribute to the world. We have something great to contribute to the world. Let us.
Next, we have the contributions from the Department of Kailasa's Department of Religion and Worship during the COVID-19 pandemic. So what we have seen in the initial part of the presentation is how the temples all around the world has been closed because of ongoing pandemic, and how the Hindus are left with no place for them to go and offer their prayers. So the digital services offered by Kailasa's Department of Religion and Worship is a solution that's being offered to whole of the Hindus around the world. Yes, sorry for the technical glitch, dear viewers. And what we are going to say is the contributions from Kailasa's Department of Religion and Worship, how during the testing times of pandemic, when all the temples around the world are closed and Hindus do not have a place to worship, especially when they have so much of suffering, and when they are losing their loved ones in their lives, they need a place to offer their prayers to Paramashiva and all the other Hindu deities. So the Kailasa's Department of Religion Yes. So what we are seeing now is Nithyanandeshwara Paramashiva Devalayam being live on Nithyananda.tv, right? So you have this glimpse of the Kalpa Vriksha, where Bhagwan Rama had his enlightenment experience and he revealed the 108 Upanishads was revealed here. So this space, the Kalpa Vriksha space, is available to the whole of the humanity for us to connect and pray. And Kailasa's Department of Religion and Worship has been conducting several homas and rituals for us to connect with the superconscious energy and receive the blessings of them. So they basically conducted Mahamrityunjaya Homa, which is done as prayers for people who are affected with COVID for their life longevity. Nithyanandeshwara Paramashiva Devalayam offers the Abhishekam, 7 Kala Abhishekams to Nithyanandeshwara Paramashiva himself, and that is being shown in YouTube channels. So for people to connect and receive the blessings of Nithyanandeshwara Paramashiva. And similarly,
Nithyanandam. Nithyanandam, sorry for the technical glitch. And the next, what we will be looking at is the revelations to the world by Devi Parashakti. Devi on 12th May revealed to the world, I came as Nijavatara. I am blessing you. Listen. People, listen. To do good to all of you, I have taken the form of Nithyananda and came down as Nijavatara. People of India, listen, carefully listen. Time after time, Bharatam is Jnana Bhumi, where enlightened beings come. We cannot make Jnana Bhumi as infertile. Enlightened beings have to come, they have to live, it has to flower. Few hypocrites, because they are stuck in delusion. We cannot sacrifice the world. Cosmos cannot be destroyed. The ship I did to save cosmos from being destroyed, that is called Adi Kailasa. The ship I did to protect beings from Pralaya is Adi Kailasa. Because of conspiracy of Drohis and enemies' rule, the captain had to leave the ship. Before 12 years, knowing the great deluge that is going to happen, all Aushadhas, by this Guru Purnima, that Jnana Rasavadam, Navapashana, is going to flower. Allow people to come and take dip in Navapashana flower. People, whoever comes and dip in Vaidya Sarovar, they will not have deaths, they will not have corona. Crores and crores of people will come in line. Every day they will come and dip in Anandalingam. Listen well to my words. For India, I made ship as protection. The Nithyananda Navapashana Lingam in Vaidya Sarovar. Go to Adi Kailasa. O Indians, listen. All those regretting losing the Nithyananda Nijavatara, without confusion and without talking just as lip service, go to Adi Kailasa. Devi went on to reveal on the 13th May, the next day, crores of people will come there looking for health, Navapashana water feast and medicine, to get health and protection and enlightenment. To protect India from the great destruction, I, Parashakti, made this huge ship. Even if captain is not there, ship is there. So one can see, today, when the first world countries are closing their borders, during this massive global emergency, Kailasa is the only nation that has opened its doors to all without exception. And to avail of these unique facilities available at all the de facto spiritual embassies of Kailasa as COVID care protection centers, giving protection in all the levels, physical, mental, psychological, emotional, spiritual, a complete holistic care and protection. You can register now through the link https://kailasa.org/Kailasa care. And as we are registering in this link, let us take a look at what the people who are already in the Adi Kailasa COVID Care Protection Center or the other protection centers, what is it that they are experiencing in this temple dimension? To see the glimpses of the Nithyanandeshwara Paramashiva Devalaya, one can see here the various rituals being done in its complete authenticity as per the scriptural injunctions in the Veda Agamas, under the direct guidance and absolute micromanagement down to the last detail to ensure that the rituals, the homas, the pujas are done exactly as ordained by Paramashiva. One can see here glimpses of Kailasa's Nithyanandeshwara Paramashiva Devalayam. Here we can see the Shatru Samhara Trishati Homa being done and performed with the entire Alankaram, the Homa set up, the Ahutis being offered as ordained in the Veda Agamas, the Kattamurtis, or the traditional way of making deities with a framework made of metal, which is bent and clad further with cloth, and the whole alankaram or the decoration of the deity done with a lot of attention to precision to the geometries so that it is as per the ordained geometries and the artistic beauty to ensure what the deity science, one of the important aspects of the deity science is, which is the deity form as it exists in reality, reproduced in the form of this deity form, and how it reflects, it makes an attempt to be reflecting the absolute beauty, grandeur, and the hugeness of what the deity represents, of what the deity stands for, what the deity is in actual life, actual reality, so that all the senses, the eyes getting awed by the grandeur of the deity, the alankaram being so grand, so that the whole mind is absolutely elevated to that divine consciousness by just the three eyes being able to perceive what the deity is standing for. And all the senses engaged, be it the ringing of the bells to engage the ears, the beautiful fragrance, engaging the nose, and literally one can touch and feel the deities in all our de facto spiritual embassies of Kailasa's temples. So like this, giving the ultimate experience, taking one to a superconscious level by just experiencing the temples of Kailasa. And one can see here the worship being done by the Balasans of the Nithyananda Gurukul, each of whom has been personally trained by the Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism, Jagat Guru Mahasannidhanam, His Divine Holiness Bhagwan Nithyananda Paramashivam. Literally each of them is a tribute to his absolute perseverance, compassion, transmission of knowledge, exactly as the Guru Shishya Parampara in the Sanatana Hindu Dharma, in the Vedic tradition exists, where education is not just rote learning, it is a transmission of the whole knowledge in the form of the Vidya and the initiations by the Guru. One can see here the beauty of the whole temple tradition. The Abhishekam being performed by the Balasans, by the Sannyasis, Brahmacharis, and the rituals, elaborate rituals like the Thirukalyanam or the divine marriage being enacted and performed. And as per the Vedic tradition, the Brahmotsavams, the grand celebrations being celebrated in Adi Kailasa, just like in all the de facto spiritual embassies of Kailasa across the world in all their temples. So having said that, let us take a few seconds to register ourselves at this COVID Care Protection Center link, https://kailasa.org/kailasa-care. Let's take a few seconds to register, and then we will be eagerly awaiting what the participants who have already registered for and reached the de facto spiritual embassies of Kailasa, especially in Adi Kailasa, have to share about their experience in here.
Welcome back, viewers. And now we have Ma Aishwarya from Chennai, who's going to share her experiences of being part of the COVID Care Protection Center in Adi Kailasa. So, Nithyananda, welcome to the show today.
Nithyananda. So yes.
Yes. So would you like to introduce yourself? Yes.
Okay. My name is Aishwarya Kuttuva, and we were in Chennai, but the last 2 months we had been shifted to Madurai. And I came to Adi Kailash with my 2 kids, 7-year-old daughter and 2 years 10-month younger daughter. So yeah, we came on June 10th in the evening. So we had our initial quarantine for the 14 days. Like once we had tested negative for COVID, then we had the initial quarantine period for 14 days. And kids were extremely cooperative, especially Dr. Atma Niranjanama, the space she held for the kids. Because every day she would come and call out to the kids, hi Varsha, hi Adya. And the kids were so understanding and they didn't even step out. They even like now my parents have reached here, they are in the quarantine. My daughter, whenever she sees from the terrace, she informs my dad, you should not come out, you should wear a mask while you step out to the corridor. So they know the rules very perfectly and they're so clear. And it was really awesome that I just couldn't imagine, like, because I was wondering, like, how am I going to manage the kids at 2 in a single room? Yes, we were in the quarantine at back home, but in a room, and even they were extremely cooperative and they wanted to, but within a week, they saw a few of the other families moving out of quarantine and reaching us. That was the time they were like, they saw so many kids running around. They literally wanted to go out and play with them. But still they were like, okay, we'll finish the quarantine and then we'll go. That was the thought, and they still kept their word. So it was really nice. So once out of the quarantine, yeah, so they were eager to play with the kids and they have bonded very well. And they are attending Gurukul classes in the morning. So they are doing yoga together. And even today we had 2 of our kids joining yoga, the morning spiritual routine at the Welcome Center. So it's very inspiring. Yes, ma'am.
Thank you, Ma. So what are the other activities that you do during the day by being part of this COVID Care Protection Center? Would you like to elaborate on that?
Yes, ma. So like morning, usually like we wake up at 3 or 3:30. So we start our yoga session at 4. So usually people join at the Welcome Center. So those who are with the kids who are like unable to join at the Welcome Center, we join from the room via Zoom. Then we have a puja routine at 6 o'clock. Then we all eat our breakfast together at the Welcome Center. That was organic, sattvic, vegetarian food. And Swamiji has said, like every day, the food should have like 11 quantity. So every day, like every meal, not just so every day, every meal. So 3 meals, it should have 11 quantity, and so it is very healthy. So then. Yeah, the kids attend the Gurukul session, like 2-hour session in the morning, like 8 to 10. So today we had listening, and they sometimes do power manifestation as well. So the energy, the group energy, it's just so amazing. They just manifest within few seconds. So it's really awesome, like the group energy, the collective energy. So then a few people are involved in the Kara Seva, like cleaning up the campus. And then we have like a few people organizing the food, like distributing to all the campuses. So then we have technical work to do. So in the afternoon we have lunch together. Then in the evening, so we have like throughout the day, like we have multiple people will be doing different kinds of work. So we are all, so the kids are with different families. So they are
think there's some technical issue. Ma Aishwarya. So we heard Ma Aishwarya sharing literally a day in the COVID Care Protection Center, and how she, as a mother, and of course, a for devotee of the Savanara of Kailasa, has been experiencing rather in the last couple of months the COVID Care Protection Center and Adi Kailasa in its pristine glory. Ma Aishwarya is back, and welcome back, Ma. There was a little technical glitch, and we were just waiting to catch up with you. I wanted to ask, in one, what is the most significant thing which you would say is something that really struck you as a part of life here in the de facto spiritual embassy of Kailasa, specifically Adi Kailasa, as a COVID Care Protection Center, beyond this COVID Care Protection Center, but something which you feel you would have never been able to experience yourself or give to your kids that experience. What is that one thing which really starkly stands out for you as something which is which you would obviously feel so much of gratitude to Bhagavan for, amongst the millions of things which I know you already feel gratitude for? That one singular thing which you would like to share with our viewers.
Yes, Ma. The one single thing I would say is like the space of everyone here. So it's just amazing. So everyone is like taking care of the kids as their own kid, and they're in the space of completion, and especially they are so much involved in that establishing the collective integrity. So just me alone being integrated to Guru Vak. So instead of that, they want each and every one of us to follow the spiritual routine. So they are asking like, okay, what can I do for you? How can I make sure that you are able to wake up early in the morning? Like we have a buddy system, like we call each other, or we complete if we are not able to join. And one thing yesterday, one thing happened. I want to share it. It's not with respect to my kids, it's with respect to my parents. So yesterday, my sister, she called around 10 p.m. She told like my mother had lip swelling. And suddenly her throat is infected, and she there in the quarantine because I cannot meet them personally, so I see from outside, like from a long distance. So actually they didn't tell me as well. My sister, she's in Chennai. So I immediately called, because I called my mom, and her, like she was unable to speak as well. So I called Dr. Atma Niranjanama. I told her like she's having some health issues, like could you please talk to her? So she was, so it was a conference call, and so I was at the welcome center even before me reaching there. So their room is like 500 meters from the welcome center. So even before me reaching the room, I saw Dr. Atman Niranjanama standing outside the room. She was like examining my mother. She was talking to my mother, and she was asking like what's happening with her. So it was something amazing. This kind of immediate medical attention is not at all possible outside. So this so I went out. I mean, I was waiting for them, for Dr. Atma Niranjanama. So she came out and she told me that her oxygen levels are okay. It is some allergy. It's not with respect to COVID. It's some allergy. So that's why there is a swelling in her lips, and that has infected her throat as well. So she was immediately given a Avil injection for the allergy, and that kind of immediate attention, because if something happens like this on the outside, we have to go and visit the doctor outside. So there is a higher possibility of being exposed to the COVID cases. So this was something. So just by a call, and she was there. And even today morning, she checked her, and she told me in the evening like she's perfectly fine, no need to worry about her. So this is something so amazing. I'm always grateful to Swamiji for providing such a beautiful ecosystem for everyone to strive and to live.
Amazing, ma'am. Actually, amongst this, everybody shares their experience about literally like how we shared in the previous portion of the segment about how Bhagwan is so attentive to every single detail, be it the offering being given to the deity in the temple or the seva that every volunteer, every disciple, every devotee, every sannyasi is expected to be providing as a part of their responsibilism to the people, to the devotees. How Swamiji takes care of every single one of us and how he inspires his disciples to take care of each other. I think what you share in your experience is a standing testimony to that Tyaga of Bhagwan, where every single time he keeps reinforcing to us in so many ways, just by his own example, how he takes care of each one of us in every level. Needless to say, the spiritual level, the physical level, mental level, everything. How we feel literally like how the COVID Care Center Protection Center makes each of us feel that we are in his womb. Literally like he's carrying us in his womb. Exactly that same feeling permeates every single de facto spiritual embassy of Kailasa, because that is the basic threshold literally which he has established for everyone's existence. And like you shared so beautifully, the collective integrity manifests in so many beautiful ways and leaves each one of us with that experience of only gratitude to Swamiji in every level. Thank you so much, Ma, for sharing this. It gives our viewers a very tangible way of understanding what Bhagavan means in his every satsang, when he gives us those ultimate truths, and how he shows us in very physical, tangible levels what those ultimate truths really map to in the existential level. It's a beautiful sharing. Thank you so much for coming today and sharing with us. And nice to hear that your mom is doing great. And I'm sure she will, because directly Bhagavan's presence is over here. And the Kalpa Vriksha is here. Nithyanandeshwari are protecting all of us. So look forward to you and your parents and your kids having a great experience in Adi Kailash. Thank you, ma'am.
Thank you so much, Ma. Thank you, Swamiji. And thanks to the entire team.
Nithyanandam, welcome back to all of the viewers who are joining in with us across the world as we are eagerly awaiting the live Nithyananda Satsang and the grace of the presence of the Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism coming up soon with us. Now, in the next segment of today's program, we are going to be continuing the series of segments and explanations, presentations that we have been doing on the persecution against the Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism. Over the last few days, we have been continuously presenting to each and every one of you one of the foremost attacks against the Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism and attacks against Hinduism as a whole. How the ancient heritage of Sanatana Hindu Dharma is directly attacked, and a part of that, the entire ecosystem of these valuable priceless heritage ecosystems are entirely destroyed and threatened. Heritage is one of the most fundamental aspects of a culture and is what the defining aspect of Sanatana Hindu Dharma as a whole. The ecosystem is so important that the Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism today is spending so much of his time, energy, and pouring out, speaking about the necessity of an ecosystem, of the very heritage sites and the very ecosystems that provide the environment for people to grow and live enlightenment. But when that is attacked, that ecosystem is attacked, destroyed, and the people literally driven out, that is the means of the anti-Hindu militant forces in order to stop and delay the revival of Kailasa and the revival of Sanatana Hindu Dharma as a whole. Today, we are going to be entering into the next part of the series on the immense amount of heritage attacks that Kailasas around India and all over the world have undergone over the last decades of persecution. And before we enter into that segment, I would request each and every one of the viewers once again to take a few minutes today and share the link which is provided in the scroll below. In the scroll below, we have the exact link of where the United Nations has recognized the persecution against the Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism. And after decades of persecution against women and children, against the priests of Kailasa and the priests who are ordained in conducting rituals of Sanatana Hindu Dharma, and the violence against every single Kailashian, and of course, above all, the violence against the Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism. Finally, after decades, the Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism has worked and has given each and every one of us survivors a way, a voice, a platform, wherein the United Nations today has recognized the persecution against the Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism. The link below is exactly one of the websites where the Human Rights Commission has recognized and has listed Kailasa among the persecuted communities and persecuted minorities that they have seen and recognized the persecution and the absolute denial of human rights that they have undergone. I request all the viewers to spend a few minutes and share in with all of your friends, especially if you believe yourself as a Hindu. It is our responsibility now to make this known to the whole world, make this more known among Hindus themselves, to the whole world itself, about what the Supreme Pontiff has undergone in order to revive Kailasa for all of us. Today, we are entering into the attacks and persecution that has happened against one of, I should say, four of the oldest adinams, oldest Hindu ecosystems that are surviving today. And these are the Kailasa Paramparagata Suryavamsa Adichola Samrajya Kamalapita Sarvagnapitam and the Kailasa Paramparagata Suryavamsa Sarvagnapita Adhinutana Chola Samrajyam, the Kailasa Paramparagata Suryavamsa Panchanadikulam Sarvagnapitam, and the Kailasa Paramparagata Suryavamsa Chola Samrajyam. Each of these is located in Tiruvarur, in Vedaranyam, and Panchanadikulam and Tanjavur, respectively. And these are some of the oldest Adinams, kingdoms in history of Sanatana Hindu Dharma. With the ancient enlightened masters who had, all of which had been established by Paramashiva himself and revived and maintained by a lineage of unbroken Guru Mahasannidhanams until 2014, when the Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism himself was coronated as the next Guru Mahasannidhanam of these 4 mathas or these 4 kingdoms. Now, for those of you who don't know, in ancient indigenous Hinduism, in ancient indigenous texts, the kingdoms and the Guru Mahasannidhanams have sovereign power over the land and over the entire ecosystem, the entire civilization that is living under them. They have the sovereign leadership, and they are entirely responsible for the enlightenment ecosystem which is underneath, which they are governing. So each of these has respective Guru Mahasannidhanams and a lineage of esteemed enlightened Guru Mahasannidhanams who have been revered and coronated as the next successors to carry down these great heritage to us today. And having been trusted, so seen as the next and only trustworthy successor of the oldest adinams that are surviving today, some of the oldest adinams and kingdoms that are surviving today, the Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism was coronated as the Guru Mahasannidhanam of these 4 ancient Hindu indigenous kingdoms. And yet, even though there was a successful coronation of the Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism, and even a court order that the 4 kingdoms were rightfully owned and governed by the Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism, the anti-Hindu militant forces had launched physical attacks against the Adinavasis living there and against the heritage, destroying the heritage there, the physical temple sites, and against even the women who were living there, who were serving, who started the socio-spiritual services upon the coronation of the Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism there, in order to literally make the entire kingdom unsafe for Hindus to live. Now imagine that you are a woman who has taken up a pristine, chaste life of being a Hindu sannyasi, and you've taken this up as your belief and your personal, most sacred sentiments. And you've taken this up for your whole life, for your future. And suddenly one day, upon having been proud to be in the oldest adinams in history and taking care and reviving, serving the Hindu indigenous kingdoms surrounding these adinams, suddenly you are attacked, beaten, and unable to comprehend even why you are being victimized when you're only doing good to the world. Imagine you are chased for kilometers out of the monastery where you are living and begging the police to give you protection, while people with knives and who are armed are chasing you until they catch you. Until today, the crimes that have happened have not seen even one form of justice. But the Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism has continuously been ensuring that some way, in some form, that the revival of these ancient Hindu kingdoms is continuing, and the empowerment of each and every one of the proud Hindu monks who took up living this lifestyle and reviving these ancient Hindu kingdoms is seen to be empowered and successful. Today, we'll be hearing the heartfelt sharings of the victims of the attacks against these 4 mathas, or these 4 ancient Hindu kingdoms in Vedaranyam, in Tanjavur, Tiruvarur, and Panchanadikulam. And how continuously over the last 5 years in these muds, we have seen how, despite the socio-spiritual services that the Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism has taken up, the Still, the activities were barraged and needed to be delayed, needed to be stopped because of how persistent, incessant, and relentless the anti-Hindu militant forces were attacking the Hindu monks who were there. And the socio-spiritual services included Annadhan, the serving of absolutely free, nutritious meals to the Hindus, the indigenous community that the kingdoms had served and the kingdoms had been presiding, governing over. And also included reviving the ancient Hindu rituals and the indigenous rituals that were started thousands of years back in these very kingdoms, in the main temple shrines of these kingdoms, to the main deities of these kingdoms that were started by the Guru Mahasannidhanam and the predecessors of this ancient lineage, and continued on by the Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism and his initiated disciples and his initiated sannyasis in the sovereign order of Kailasa. After thousands of years, these rituals were once again being continuously, regularly offered to the deities of these respective temple shrines, and the revival of the ancient forms of worship and the revival of the sacred sentiment of Sanatana Hindu Dharma was successfully taking place in the 4 mats, in all of these 4 adhinams. And after the coronation of the Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism, immediately, not even within days, the activities were flourishing in these adhinams, including the temple rituals, the Annadhan, and people, the Hindu indigenous community from around the area, thousands of people were benefiting. And we've seen how these Hindu rituals bring so much of peace to the Hindus in the area who are continuously victimized and oppressed by anti-Hindu militant forces, and brings down the crime rate of the respective communities, and does so much of good, feeding the people who are unable to feed themselves, taking care of and even conducting spiritual programs for the upliftment of each and every human being, for their own upliftment and realizing their own human potential. These beautiful initiatives were all of which were going on during this time, as immediately upon the coronation of the Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism, as the Guru Mahasannidhanam of these 4 ancient kingdoms. However, we have seen how literally it had been made by the anti-Hindu militant forces entirely unsafe to even live there. Today, we'll be hearing exactly how the persecution, exactly how the nearly fatal attacks against the Hindu monks has played out, happened in these 4 ancient Hindu kingdoms. And we'll be hearing directly from the female sannyasis of the Sovereign Order of Kailasa, who are survivors of these really brutal crimes. And not only that, we'll also be able to see some of the most brutal attacks against the different orders of the Sovereign Order of Kailasa, the different members of the Sovereign Order of Kailasa. And we'll hear from them the stories that were oppressed by the anti-Hindu militant forces. All of this and more is what we will be presenting to you in today's segment on the persecution against the Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism. I invite each and every one of you, please take a few minutes to share the link in the scroll below on how the United Nations has recognized the persecution against the Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism. And you can use the hashtag United Nations has recognized the persecution against SPH, and share in as many platforms as possible. Share with all of your friends, all of your family, and if you feel inspired to do so, share with the people who have an audience in order to bring this to more and more people. Share with the sympathizing Hindus, with the people who are interested in Hinduism, who see the benefit of Hindu teachings, principles, and sacred sentiments for the global peace and for the end of all suffering for humankind. Take a few minutes now and share the link below, and please do share about the persecution against the Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism. And every single day at this time, we are taking a few minutes and on this platform, bringing out the stories of the brave survivors of various attacks against the revival of Kailasa, and ultimately sharing what the Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism has undergone, has sacrificed just in order to revive Kailasa and bring conscious sovereignty to each and every one of us. Please take a few minutes right now and share it with as many people as possible. I know each and every one of us are eagerly awaiting the Nithyananda Satsang, where we'll be in the divine presence of the Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism and be able to imbibe the powerful cognitions from the Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism. And right now, please take a few minutes to share with as many people as possible. And we'll be continuing on with the presentation on these 4 ancient indigenous kingdoms today in just a few minutes after a very short break.
E-Kailasa is proper customized spiritual service helping you to identify your root patterns of suffering. We have perfected the science of helping every individual from every cultural, religious, nationality background. You will have lowest reactionary assumptions, highest awakened response, alive response for life continuously. E-Kailasa is enlightenment ecosystem, literally enlightenment itself in your own home, wherever you are. Proper customized spiritual service helping you to complete with your life negativity, withdrawal from life, self-hatred, self-denial, self-doubt, so much of tiredness, laziness. We can support you aligning your diet, your attitude, your aptitude, your understanding about life. We can help you with everything.
Nithyanandam, Welcome back to one more day of awareness of the persecution of Hinduism. Today, this month, July being the Persecution Awareness Month, to understand what level persecution Hinduism has experienced specifically in today's world, in today's date, Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism, Bhagavan Nithyananda Paramashivam and Kailasa has experienced. To just give you a glimpse and one aspect of it, one really needs to see this truth about the Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism. Is the Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism not just because he has established the de facto spiritual embassies of Kailasa worldwide, he is also the reigning emperor of 19 ancient spiritual Hindu kingdoms. As many of us may know, many of us may not know, Hinduism ruled the planet Earth in the most benevolent form, literally as implementers of Paramashiva's ordainment in the Veda Agamas. The 19 ancient spiritual kingdoms are some of the few ancient kingdoms left alive today. The Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism has taken on the onerous, voluminous task of reviving these kingdoms to their original glory. One of the major reasons of the persecution of the Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism and Kailasa is this very aspect, because anti-Hindu terrorist militant forces understand in depth, lot deeper, and realized a lot quicker what promise the Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism has. Just he alone, the last lamp of Hindu, powerful enough to revive the entire Hinduism in all its glory and dimensions, all its sampradayas, be it small, be it big. One can see here a listing of some of the ancient spiritual Hindu kingdoms. And today specifically, we are going to be looking onto 5 of the most ancient, prosperous ancient kingdoms down south in what is today Tamil Nadu. Let's see what these samrajyams, Sarvajna Pithas, include. The first one being the Kailasa Paramparagata Surya Vamsha Sarvajna Pitha Adi Nutan Chola Samrajyam. As the word indicates, as the title indicates, the ancient Chola Empire was the one in which this Sarvajna Pitha flourished. Kailasa Paramparagata, in the whole parampara or the succession, the glory of Kailasa, Surya Vamsha, right from the origins of this Sarvajna Pitha from the sun god, Adinutan Chola Samrajyam. This is the ancient kingdom of the Cholas in South India in what exists geographically today as Vedaranyam and Panchanadikulam. One can see the beautiful history of this Samrajya and geographically where it is located. As one can see here, Kumari Kandam as it existed in the ages ago, where India or Bharat was not just geographically what is India today, but it was far more spread across, including Southeast Asia. As one can see here, the ancient Hindu kingdoms spanning across south of India, all the way up to Eastern India, and coming down to Southeast Asia, where unique to Hinduism, no single territory was annexed with violence. Everything, the whole Hinduism was spread across the planet with pure love, compassion, no conversion, no force, because ahimsa paramo dharmaha. Ahimsa is the supreme principle on which Hinduism operates as ordained by Paramashiva. Everything that exists is energy. Isha Vasyam Idagum Sarvam. This is exactly what the Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism is reviving very tangibly in the form of revival of these ancient glorious kingdoms. The Sri Arunachala Jnanadesikar Swami Temple and Mutt, or what we call Adinam or monastery in Panchanadi Kulam, Vedaranyam, and the Sri Poka Sadhukal Mutt in Vedaranyam are two ancient mutts in the district of Nagapattinam in South India, in what exists today, in the Kailasa Paramparagata Surya Vamsha Sarvajñapeta Adi Nutana Chola Samrajyam, which is the spiritual and religious kingdom. These mutts, these Adinams, come under the Sri Kashi Vishwanatha temple in Tanjavur, owned by His Divine Holiness Bhagwan Nithyananda Paramashivam. The presiding deity of these mutts is Lord Paramashiva himself. Paramashiva's direct representative and heir is the pontiff, is the Guru Mahasannidhanam of these mutts. The region was part of the Chola kingdom, the kingdom of the Cholas, Chola Empire, which under whose rule temples flourished in southern India. The pontiffs, the Sannidhanams, educated, groomed, and initiated the Chola kings. As we all know, the king was the regent. He was only the kind of the caretaker. The ruler was the deity himself, in this case, Paramashiva. And the guru played the very important role of being the spiritual guide to the king. So the Chola kings were initiated by their gurus to rule as per the methods prescribed in the sacred scriptures. The kings were the regents who administered the people, while the pontiffs, the Sannidhanams, were actually the owners. That is why they are the reigning emperor. That is what the meaning of the supreme pontiff is. One can see here the worship at the Arunachala Jnanadesika Swamigal Mutt, Panchanadi Kulam. Panchanadi Kulam and Vedaranyam served as housing for devotees who used to visit the temple of Vedaranyeshwar, the temple dedicated to Paramashiva, located in the town of Vedaranyam in Tamil Nadu in South India. And here one can see the photograph of Pokas Kandaswami Swamigal, the founder of this great Adinam. Vedaranyam, as per recorded history, this mutt in Vedaranyam serves as a housing for devotees today, but here it has existed from literally time immemorial. And one can see here glimpses of what we will be seeing later was one of the main reasons for the persecution on the Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism and Kailasa, and the ethnocide and the genocide that was to follow on Kailasa. Another great kingdom, Kailasa Paramparagata Surya Vamsha Chola Samrajya Sarvajñapeta. In this is the ancient kingdom of the Cholas in South India in Tanjavur. It has a great history. Needless to say, Tanjavur was a temple and is a temple town with an amazing history of both temple architecture and tradition. On April 15, 2014, the Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism, Jagadguru Mahasannidhanam, His Divine Holiness, Bhagwan Nithyananda Paramashivam, was coronated as the Supreme Pontiff of the Kailasa Paramparagata Surya Vamsha Chola Samrajya Sarvajñapetham, ruling from Tanjavur in South India. One can see here an aerial view of this Adinam on the banks of the river, and a detailed map and how this great Adinam existed just a few decades ago, the field sketch of the location and the deities as they exist today at the Kashi Vishwanatha temple in Karandai. Tanjavur is an important center of South Indian religion, art and architecture. Most of the great living Chola temples, which are UNESCO World Heritage Monuments, are located in and around Tanjavur. The foremost among these, the Brihadishwara temple, which is world famous, is located in the center of the city. Just a few years back, we were all witness to the grand Kumbhabhishekam that happened on the 1000th anniversary of this great temple. Tanjavur is also home to Tanjavur painting, a unique style of painting to the Tanjavur region, where one can see the uniqueness being pure gold is used to make these paintings, and the very art form is just unique, and anybody seeing this style can easily make out it is this particular Tanjavur style of painting. Tanjavur painting is a classical South Indian painting style, which is actually inaugurated from the town of Tanjavur and spread across the adjoining and geographically contiguous Tamil places. The art form originated around 1600 AD, in a period when the Nayakas of the Tanjavur, under the suzerainty of the Vijayanagara Empire, encouraged art, chiefly classical dance and music, as well as literature, both in Telugu and Tamil, and painting of chiefly Hindu religious subjects in temples. It is distinguished by its famous gold leaf coating, where pure gold is used actually to make these paintings. Tanjavur paintings are characterized by rich and vivid colors, simple iconic composition, glittering gold foils, and on delicate but extensive gesso, a mix of chalk and gypsum work, and inlay of glass beads and semi-precious and very rarely precious gems. And the incidents or the portraits from Hindu history and the Puranas are depicted. Most often these paintings are used to depict deities, Hindu deities, gods, goddesses, and stand as a grand reminder of who we ultimately are. Reminder of the Paramashivatma state, space, being, and superconsciousness, which we are destined to experience and radiate. The lineage of the region kings. The region around the present-day Tanjavur was ruled by the landlords who control the lands. Their primary occupation was agriculture and trade. And one can see how the whole region of Tanjavur was invaded by the Mughals and resurrected by the Vijayanagara kings, and the British annexation of Tanjavur, and further down, the other Adinams in this region, which come under the sovereign order of Kailasa, part of the 19 ancient spiritual kingdoms, of which the supreme pontiff of Hinduism is the Sannidhanam. That also includes the Pal Swami Mutt and the Sri Shankara Swami Mutt in Tanjavur, which are also preserving the tradition of the Guru Parampara in this region. One can see here the Jiva Samadhi, that is the final resting place of the mortal remains of Sri Palaya Jnanadesikar Swamigal, and the Shivalinga installed by King Rajaraja Chola. The Sri Palaya Jnanadesikar Swamigal in the Adinam, Sri Palaya Jnanadesikar Swamigal is the founder as per recorded history of the Pal Swami Mutt. The Pal Swami Mutt is one of the ancient monastery complexes, which is a heritage property of a sage by name Pal Swami. He himself was a great power manifester. He expressed extraordinary shaktis, such as disappearing in one place, appearing in another. He healed and enriched the people living in the surrounding community. And after the demise of this great being, around 1000 years ago, King Rajaraja Chola installed a Shivalinga deity, the form of Paramashiva, the primordial Hindu divinity, in this monastery complex, and the Chola kingdom came into being later in this region and served as the administrative regent of this region. The monasteries remained under the direct representative and legal heir of Paramashiva, the pontiff. Paramashiva is worshipped here in deity form. The pontiff ensures that all the spiritual and religious activities of the kingdom happen as per the methods prescribed in the sacred scriptures. He personally conducts the daily worship of the monastery to the deity of Paramashiva, as well as in all the festivals and rituals associated with the deity. And one can see here some of the earlier pontiffs of this great Pal Swami Madam, Mahagovinda Swamigal, Mahagovasudeva Swamigal. And in this rich lineage of the ancient kingdoms, on the historic day of April 15th, 2014, our beloved Swamiji, the Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism, Jagat Guru Mahasannidhanam, His Divine Holiness Bhagwan Nithyananda Paramashivam, was coronated as the Pontiff of the Tanjavur Pitha, ruling from the ancient Adinams, the Sri Pal Swami Mutt and Sri Shankara Swami Mutt in Tanjavur, South India, by his predecessor, Swami Atmananda. And these Adinams serve under the Sri Kashi Vishwanath temple in Tanjavur, which is owned and governed by Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism. One can see here the historic happening being penned down and the recorded lineage of succession all the way dating back to the 1700s and the lineage of the great pontiffs who have ruled this kingdom and preserved in its pristine glory the tradition and expanded the whole Adinam and its services. One can see here the glimpses of the coronation document coronating the Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism, Bhagwan Nithyananda Paramashivam, and its translation in the same. And going on further, in the same lineage, we have the ancient kingdom of the Cholas in the South India in Thiruvarur, the Kailasa Paramparagata Surya Vamsha Adi Chola Samrajya Kamalapitha Sarvajñapitham. And here also a rich history, the sacred history and divinity of the Kailasa Paramparagata Surya Vamsha Adi Chola Samrajya Kamalapitha Sarvajñapitham, ruling from the Thiruvarur Adinam, is recorded in the scriptures. Thiruvarur Adinam is located in the Thiruvarur region of South India with its ancient Sri Somanatha temple, the very famous Somanatha temple, which is a 1,000-year-old Shiva temple. The contemporary history of the Somanatha Swami temple dates back to the time of the medieval Cholas, which is way back in the 1000 AD. And about Thiruvarur, Thiruvarur is one of the earliest enlightenment ecosystems established by Paramashiva himself when he sat here as Lord Tyagaraja. It has an unsurpassed continuity of living tradition and spiritual energy. The presence of rare ancient musical instruments, inscriptions, copper plate inscriptions, artistic bronze and stone sculptures, the dated historical antiquity of the temple car, the Radham, and the unbroken tradition and power of the temple as a sacred and historical site makes the Tyagaraja Swami temple at Thiruvarur the largest repository of Tamil cultural values and traditions. Thiruvarur has inspired and fostered a creative genius over the centuries. The region kings. This temple is the home of the legendary Chola Empire king Manu Nidhi Cholan, who followed the path of sage Manu, the son of Surya, the sun god who codified the cosmic principles into ruling laws of a Hindu kingdom and dealt even-handed justice according to the code of Manu. In this palace, there was a bell of justice, which was rung only in case injustice was done to man or animal, any living being. It is said that one day a cow came to the palace and rung the bell. On inquiry, the king learned that his own son had trampled and killed that cow's calf under his chariot wheels. Immediately, the king himself drove his chariot over his son and crushed him to death at the very spot where the calf was killed. At once, Lord Paramashiva appeared before him and bestowed his grace on all of them. This incident is recorded in a stone inscription on the north wall of the second circumambulation path of this great temple. The temples in Thiruvarur include Tyagaraja Swami Temple. Paramashiva as Tyagaraja Swami established Thiruvarur as his royal court. Three of the shrines at the Thiruvarur temple complex are of great significance. They are the Vanmiganadar and Tyagarajar, both being forms of Paramashiva shrines, and the Kamalamba shrine. The Vanmiganadar shrine, the primary and the most ancient of the shrines at Thiruvarur temple complex, is that of Vanmiganadar, a form of Paramashiva. Vanmiganadar is addressed in the Devaram hymns of the 7th century as Aruran. Today, the Tyagaraja deity is more prominent than Vanmiganadar, and he is represented as the Prithvi Lingam, or Prithvi meaning the earth element, meaning the dome-shaped representation of Paramashiva. So one can see here a grand history of the various temples and deities in this great kingdom. The shrine and the deities and the lotus tank, all of these standing testimony to the great temple tradition that was engendered, fostered, cherished, nourished, protected by the ancient kings. And similarly, we have the Kailasa Paramparagata Suryavamsha Vedaranya Sarvanyapitham. The Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism becoming the reigning emperor of this great ancient kingdom in Panchanadikulam Vedaranyam. And further, we also have the Kailasa Paramparakata Suryavamsha Panchanadikulam Sarvanyapitham and its grand history, and Kailasa Paramparakata Suryavamsha Kamalapitha Sarvanyapitha Adichola Samrajyam. Each of these having a great history to speak about. So having only when one understands the greatness of these ancient spiritual kingdoms and the promise they held for humanity, literally to conquer the whole world through just the power of spirituality, bhakti, devotion, and just living to the core, the spirit of the Vedagamas and Paramashiva's ordainments. Needless to say, this was what the promise of this, of taking over the whole world through just love, compassion, and establishing the suzerainty, the sovereignty of the individual consciousness by experiencing the Paramashivatva space. That is exactly what irked the anti-Hindu terrorist elements who attacked these great ancient spiritual Hindu kingdoms. The minute the Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism, Bhagavan Nithyananda Paramashivam, was coronated as the reigning emperor. Attacks followed in various forms. Direct physical attacks, attempts to assassinate the Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism, direct attacks, murder attempts on his disciples, brutal, shocking sexual assaults and rapes on his female monks, lawfare in the form of false cases, vexatious litigations. The vexatious litigations and what followed, we will see here in the next few minutes as we have the people, the victims who experienced and went through these gory attacks share their personal experiences.
Welcome back, dear viewers. As we are observing, the Hindu Persecution Awareness Month and sharing with you the various attacks that has been happening on the Enlightenment ecosystems established and the Enlightenment ecosystems being revived by the Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism, Jagat Mahasannidhanam, His Divine Holiness Bhagavan Nithyananda Paramashiva. As a part of that, we had Nithyananda Swami and Sadashiva Priyananda introduce about the 4 ancient Hindu religious indigenous kingdoms of Kailasa, for which Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism is the current pontiff of. And there has been relentless persecution and attack by the anti-Hindu elements and the neo-Hindutva militants on the Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism and on the disciples, the monastic disciples of the Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism. And today we have to share with you the details of what really happened in the attacks on these 4 ancient indigenous kingdoms, as the Supreme Pontiff was, working so hard to revive and re-establish these ancient enlightenment ecosystems and these ancient indigenous religious kingdoms. And today we have joining us to share her experience of being a victim of this brutal persecution. Today we have joining us from Adi Kailasha Sarvanyapita, Adi Kailasha Nithyananda Sarvanyapita in Bengaluru Adinam, Nithyananda. Yes, Nithyananda. You're seeing on the screen the visuals of the attacks on the female monastic disciples of the Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism. And Tanmayama, are you able to hear me?
Yes.
Yes, as we are resolving the technical issues here. Here you can see on the visuals that we are able to present the video of the female disciples of the Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism being brutally attacked and sexually assaulted by the anti-Hindu elements who barged into the monastery where the female sannyasis were living and immediately started attacking them. And you can see the anti-Hindu elements with the support of the police entering into the ancient kingdoms where the female sannyasis were living and they were doing these various rituals and continuously being attacked. The anti-Hindu elements barged into the monastery where the female sannyasis were living and physically and assaulted them, sexually assaulted them. Just to describe one such incident that happened, it was around 4 a.m. in the morning in the Adinam's temple, where the sannyasis were finishing up their rituals, and there were no devotees in the temple at the time, and the female Adinavasis were the ones who were running the temple and the Adinam. And as they were finishing up the rituals, about 8 to 9 men set foot in the temple. They did not look like devotees. They were they were there in the temple for any devotional purpose. 2 of them came forward. They started grabbing the female monastic disciples. Suddenly they started hitting them and shouting loudly at them and demanding what they were doing in the Adinam and how dare they would do these rituals. They were literally abusing, verbally abusing, physically abusing them, started strangling the neck of the female sannyasis and until they actually collapsed. Here you can see the female sannyasi literally fainted on the ground, unable to bear the attack that was happening and unable to take the assault. And here you can see the media so shamelessly taking a picture of the sannyasis being attacked, not coming to the rescue, not coming to help, but shamelessly telecasting it live. Here you can see the female sannyasi falling unconscious and unable to bear the attack that happened in the ancient indigenous Hindu religious kingdoms, just because we as Hindus and the Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism is reviving these enlightenment ecosystems. Relentless attacks are happening and happening till today. And the anti-Hindu elements, the neo-Hindutva militants ganging up along with the support of the state elements, the police, the law enforcement authorities, everybody, the whole ecosystem, including the media, being an anti-Hindu, continuously attacking, even though all the paperwork is, we have the legal paperwork, the Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism is the legal heir and the current pontiff and the court itself has given the legal possession of the property, but we were not able to peacefully continue the spiritual activities, the enriching activities, the rituals, the pujas. As you can see, the attack that is happening. And whether it was in each of these four ancient indigenous kingdoms, Swamiji continuously was reviving those enlightenment ecosystems, continuing to do the rituals, continuing to do the practices, continuing to do the spiritual activities and healing and annadan. And wherever the disciples went there, the anti-Hindu elements who had illegally possessing that property and wanting to use it for their own vested interest did not want the revival of the ancient science of enlightenment, did not want the revival of Kailasas and these in Hindu enlightenment ecosystems, and brutally beaten up the female monks and the male monastic members and the Kailaya-vasis, people who were living and taking care of those monasteries, taking care of those ancient kingdoms, which the Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism was reviving. We were brutally assaulted and spit on the face and punched in the eye. Here you are actually seeing the video of one of the Kailaya-vasis living there in the monastery, taking care and looking into the revival. Suddenly he was attacked. Here you can see the attack happening on the Kailaya-vasi who was living there, dedicating his life to the revival of the enlightenment ecosystem and the ancient Hindu religious indigenous kingdom for which the Supreme Pontiff is the current Pontiff of. He was actually, a woman actually came and started assaulting him and started spitting on his face, and a man came at the same time and punched his eye. Literally his eyeballs came off the socket. Here you can see a blood-stained clothing. His right eye, the eyeballs came out of the eye socket and his entire right eye got damaged. Here you can see a woman literally spitting on the face just because we are traditional, authentic Hindu revival is happening with the blessings of the Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism, which was completely against the vested interest of the anti-Hindu elements and the neo-Hindutva militants. And continuously we were attacked in spite of having all the legal paperwork and everything legal and legally owning and legally having the legal ownership of the property and continuing the Hindu ancient rituals as per the Vedas and the Agamas, and giving free medical camp and free annadan. And here you can see the sannyasis of the sovereign order of Kailasa, the sannyasis of the sovereign order of Kailasa being assaulted and being dragged onto the road. They were not allowed to perform the rituals. They were physically abused, sexually abused, and they were continuously being attacked from one place to another. Today we have joining us one such sannyasi of brahmacharni of the sovereign order of Kailasa joining us, Ma Nithyananda.
Nithyananda ma.
Nithyananda ma.
Yes ma.
I know you were one of the brahmacharis who was living in and taking care of the revival of these four ancient indigenous kingdoms. Can you share the attack that you experienced and how you were a victim of this assault that happened during the revival of the four ancient indigenous kingdoms by the Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism? What really was your experience?
Yes, ma'am. So actually, this incident happened in 2015 in Somanatha Swami Temple, which is located near in Tiruvallur district, the state of Tamil Nadu. Actually, the group of sannyasis, we went to perform a seva to that temple. So after we all gathered and went in front of the temple, there is a group of while walking itself, there is a group of men. Suddenly, they're passing abusive comments. So we were so shocked about these comments. And we don't know, the whole surrounding was completely, it was unusual. So then we walked near to the temple. So there is, a group of anti-Hindu element people. They completely blocked us. They never let us go inside the temple. They was creating so much of problems, and it was completely different situations we never expected in that time. And we were waited for a few hours. We thought we'll be going inside. There is then early morning we just went it, but from the morning to till evening we group of female sannyasis, we not able to you able to go inside. They're creating problems. They're not even allowing us to go.
This is one of the ancient indigenous kingdoms, a temple, a very, very, very ancient temple with a lot of heritage value and a very sentimental place for all the Shaivite disciples, the disciples of Paramashiva. It was a very ancient temple, and the Somnatha Swami temple, which is where Mata Maya was there, along with you were there. How many other sannyasis were waiting outside the temple, ma?
Only 15 female sannyasis alone we were waiting.
15 female sannyasis wanting to take care of the temple and wanting to do the rituals and the seva at the temple. And how long were you not allowed inside? How long was the temple locked, refusing the sannyasis of the sovereign order of Kailasa to even enter to take care of the religious affairs of the temple?
So it was we went is like from morning to till end of the sunset. We are continuously standing in front of. We are fighting to go inside to the temple, but we're not able to.
For close to almost 12 hours from morning sunrise till sunset, they were standing 15 sannyasis, female sannyasis standing on the road, not being allowed to enter into the temple, for which the Supreme Pontiff is the religious king and the head of this kingdom. And the very disciples of the Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism were refused entry into the Hindu temple, the temple for which the Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism is the pontiff and is the reigning emperor of that kingdom. His own disciples were refused and denied entry, and this is happening in India. This is a situation of what is happening to Hindu temples. Hindu temples are being locked by anti-Hindu elements and the neo-Hindutva, and the rightful owner and his own, which is the Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism, and the disciples of the Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism were not even allowed to enter a Hindu temple, which is open for public, which is for public. The people who are supposed to actually do the rituals as per the tradition, the Vedas and the Agamas, we ourselves were not allowed to enter the temple. We need to understand what is going on around us. As a part of the Hindu Persecution Awareness Month, we are bringing this out so that we open our eyes in our own countries, in the own temples, not even a government-run temple. The temple for which the Supreme Pontiff is the Supreme Pontiff of is the Guru Mahasannidhanam. His own disciples were not allowed entry, and 12 hours, a group of 15 sannyasis were standing on the road, not even in a hall, not even in a room, not even in a chair. They were just standing out in the public road, wanting to enter into the temple. And right after that, what happened?
After that, it became so night. So we all gathered and we just planned, is this not safe? So we just planned to go back to our Adhinam. So we all gathered and we went to it was a public bus stand. So we all gathered and all group of people are so tired. Actually, from morning till night, we not even have a cup of water. Even we didn't even drink any food. Not even have a place to sit anywhere because we are continuously standing the roadside. So we are all so tired. So after we reached the main bus stop, so inside the bus stop we all sat and we were so tired. I was sad and I was so tired, just about to close my eyes because I was so tired. So then later, within a few minutes, we just saw, three in the bus entrance, in front of the entrance, three young boys were entered. So, and they started giving some talks. So what I understood is like, oh, this is maybe they are promoting some advertisements. So I thought like that, and I just about to close my eyes. Within a few seconds, within a few minutes, the behind the bus, young boys, they just they ran and came behind. Suddenly we heard different voices. So then after they ran and came from behind, I was sitting actually in the seat with just lie down my head. So that suddenly I see that the brahmachari who's sitting next to me, they're just pulling the sari out of it. I was so shocked. I really was so shocked. I got really frightened inside. So I just about to stop that. The one rowdy, like that guy, he was so angry at me, and he just started continuously. He hit on my left head 10 to 15 times without any time gap. It was continuously. He was beating like anything. So with that incident, not only that, I'm not able to open my eyes. This left eyes became, the muscles and all, if you see, the whole my eye became reddish, and I thought my eyesight itself gone. I'm not able to see at all. So I really, it was really shaken. Even when I remember that incident itself, it was whole thing. I don't know. I'm not able to explain what happened. And not only that, even so many of our sannyasis trying to protect our people. One rowdies are just like that. They are removing the bus seats, and they just hitting on one of my sister's head. It was so painful in the middle of the night in the public bus stand. All of the female bodies are there. So they just like that. They're just like that. Nobody is there to ask. They just like that coming and beating. So many people are just standing and watching this. There is no, what I felt is there's no support, and it was so. I felt so alone. There is no support from anybody. We just gone through each and everybody that night. It was really.
How old were you, Tanvima? How old were you at that time?
Sorry, ma.
How old were you at that time when this incident happened? How old were you? What was your age?
I was like 24.
You were 24 years. And when did you join the Adinam?
2013.
And how old were you at that time?
Like 22 is my age.
22. So you joined the Adinam when you were 22 years of age. 2 years in your life in the Adinam, living the lifestyle of Krama Brahmacharya, wanting to live this lifestyle. You dedicated your life for this lifestyle. And 2 years down the lane, you are a victim of this brutal persecution, a physical and a sexual assault in a public bus stand in India, where people could see 15 female sannyasis getting brutally, physically, sexually abused, and violence against the female sannyasis, the female monks, happening in abroad. It was evening time. It was not even late night, early morning. It was an evening time around, maybe can I say it was around 7 o'clock in the evening?
It's like around 7 to 8, like that kind.
Around 7 to 8. Around 7 to 8 p.m. in the evening, where there is enough public that's out there in the road, and 15 to 20 female sannyasis, and somebody as young as just 24 years of age, small girl, wanting to live this lifestyle. The only thing we want to be a part of the revival of the enlightenment ecosystem that the Supreme Pontiff is relentlessly working to revive. Just because of that, we are victims of this persecution. And there is absolutely no public support, and the sannyasis are feeling alone. The public is not coming to support. You see 15 women, forget about being Hindu monks, 15 women being attacked in a public road. Won't anybody have that sympathy to go and stop, go and even ask why they're being hit with the chairs and rods, and being hit by these rowdies and the gundas and these men in public, in broad daylight, in a public bus? Humiliated, being treated cheaply, and every footage that we are showing is a footage from the national television channel in India. So there was a media which is able to showcase very proudly the attack and the assaults on the Hindu monks and the Hindu sannyasis who are striving to become a part of this whole, revive this whole enlightenment ecosystem. Yet there is no public support. Even the people who walk the path are terribly discouraged. Just like Nithyananda, who's just 24 years of age and wanting to live this lifestyle as a brahmacharani, is being discouraged. Attacks are being done. So people are continuously being told this is not a safe life. Do not take up the lifestyle of a Hindu monk, and constantly projecting Hindu monks being beaten on the national television channel. So nobody becomes and wants to become a part of this movement because they are afraid for their life. If you are a Hindu monk, this is how you'll be treated. Looking at the gundas and is this what Bharata Desha has for? Is this what we want? The destruction of the enlightenment ecosystem happening right in front of our eyes. And today, the country has lost the 1008 incarnation of Paramashiva. Brutal attacks, continuous, relentless attacks on the Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism, on Kailasa, on the disciples of the Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism. Just because we followed absolutely legal steps, Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism is the legal pontiff, the Supreme Pontiff, the Guru Maha Sannidhanam of these ancient indigenous kingdoms. He is the reigning emperor of these kingdoms, wants to revive authentically the ancient Hindu practices and sciences, inspiring hundreds of thousands around the world to walk this path, to be a part of this huge revival, inspiring thousands of sannyasis to give up their life for this revival. And we are being attacked. We are being attacked in public, in front of the public eyes. Was there any support? Did anybody feel any support? Tanmaya, how did you feel at that time? You came in with a lot of wanting to live this lifestyle, wanting to be a sannyasi of the Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism. And when you are attacked in public and somebody is pulling your sari and hitting you on the head in public, and when you did not have any support, how did you feel?
I was thinking really, I could not able to digest it. See, even not even one person come and ask what happened, how can I support? Not even a single person has, not a single person came and asked. It was so shocking how, even if their daughters or if they are, in their family members, if any of the female brothers is standing in front of the public, if anybody hits them or anybody is getting beaten from the public, will they keep quiet? No, even from the conductor, even from everybody, they just pushed out from the bus. We were so fear, and we could not able to get out of the bus. We are very clearly saying, no, we will not able to get on from the bus. We will not know who is coming. The rowdies who are in different dresses. We could not able to find. We need to protect ourselves. Nobody listens to them. We clearly saying this is happening. So nobody is like. No, if they come, they each one of what I felt is this, that time each people have thought, oh, if I have to go to reach my home. If I went into the bus, these people come in, I cannot go to properly with my life. So they thought about their life. But we took sannyas for the people to serve the society and to reach out to the Swamiji's teaching to each and every one of us to evolve to get the enlightenment to each one of them. But it was completely different. That is the first thing in my life. I never expect this happened in my life. That is the first time it happened. It was so shocking, and I could not able to verbalize how the situation is so worse.
See, Mother, because the entire ecosystem is anti-Hindu. It is not just the media, or it is not just the police, or it's not just the government. It's not these individual elements. Because the entire system is anti-Hindu, the public, the people are in a general fear to even stand up and raise their voices, let alone some insecurity in their life. How will they be attacked? Will they be safe if they stand up and support? So there is absolutely no support for Hindu gurus, Hindu organizations, Hindu sannyasis. The whole ecosystem is collectively, completely against. That is why even in the last Satsang, Swamiji spoke about the conscious sovereignty. And it is with the conscious sovereignty only, along with the political legitimacy and the spiritual legitimacy, the Hinduism has to be revived. That is why Kailasa is the only solution for the revival of Sanatana Hindu Dharma and for the revival of the enlightenment ecosystem. It cannot be just that, because anybody can come and attack at any time and steal our conscious sovereignty and make us their pawns and assimilate us into their way of life or assimilate us into their vested interest and their agenda. Hindu temples are being overtaken. Hindu sannyasis are being beaten. The supreme pontiff of Hinduism, hundreds of assassination attempts and hate speech, continuously propagating hate speech and continuously relaying that sannyasis' lives are dangerous. Do not take up this lifestyle. Look at how a sannyasi is being treated like a terrorist and like a criminal. And that is how the most non-violent lifestyle is being projected in the eyes of public by the anti-Hindu media, by the anti-Hindu ecosystem. The only solution we have, dear viewers, is Kailasa. And the Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism is working to revive and establish the spiritual, political, cultural, economic, spiritual, literary legitimacy of Sanatana Hindu Dharma by establishing Kailasa, the enlightenment Hindu civilizational nation. And the Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism relentlessly going through this persecution, going through the attack, while going through all of that, has taken all the steps needed to bring out this persecution and attack and genocide to the awareness of the international community. And today, the Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism has been extremely successful in bringing out the Hindu Holocaust. The 5,000 plus years of untold history of Hinduism is now brought in the eyes of the international community, with the UN recognizing the persecution on the Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism and Kailasa. It is time we realize what is being done to us. We stand up, we share this with the world. Hindus, we need to realize what is being done to us. So we wake up to the reality, and before it is too late, we join hands, become a part of Kailasa. Join Kailasa. If you are not yet an e-passport holder, become an e-passport holder of Kailasa, because Kailasa is the only hope for Sanatana Hindu Dharma. Kailasa is the only hope for Hinduism, and Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism is the last lamp of Hinduism. Has come down to revive Sanatana Hindu Dharma. And today, Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism's relentless effort, hard work, and tireless work amidst relentless persecution for the last 20 years, the efforts have borne fruit today, and the United Nations has recognized the persecution for the first time in 5,000 plus years. The story which we were never allowed to be told today has come out in the eyes of the international community. So we invite every one of you to please come and join hands in sharing this news with the rest of the world. And we are observing the Hindu Persecution Awareness Month, and join us in sharing about the Hindu persecution as we observe, as Kailasa observes the Hindu Persecution Awareness Month. And today, it is time for us now to receive the darshan, and we are having a very special Nithyananda Satsang today by the Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism. So let's now get ready to receive Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism. We'll now be entering into a meditation, and at the end of the meditation, you will be led into the darshan of the Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism. So please sit straight and close your eyes. Inhale and exhale as slowly as possible and as deep as possible. Your awareness. So, as we are getting ready to receive the darshan of the Supreme Pontiff, let us all decide to take responsibility, collective responsibility and collective integrity. First, bringing awareness, the Hindu Holocaust and the Hindu persecution. Intensely chant the Mahavakya. Nithyananda Paramashiva. As we get ready, see the darshan, supreme. Intensely chant the Mahavakya. Nithyananda Paramashiva. So there are steps. See like darshan.
Paramashivoham. Om Nithyananda 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 Paramashivoham.
Connecting with the divine with your eyes closed is meditation. Connecting with the divine with your eyes open is darshan. Come, let us all now move from meditation to darshan. Slowly, very slowly, please open your eyes.
Ayya Siva 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 Ragara Ragara Siva 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 Ragara Ragara Ayya Siva 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 Ragara Ragara Siva 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 Ragara Ragara உறவறிய தவத்துறவறிய உள்ளொன்று புறம் ஒன்று பேசறிய உமை சிவன் போலே பேரறிய சிவ 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 ரகர ரகர 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 காலையும் மாலையும் கணக்கறிய நாளும் கோளும் நான் அறிய பாலையும் சோலையும் பிரித்தறிய பரம பரஞ்சோதி அடி சிறிய சிவ 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 ரகர ரகர சிவ 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 ரகர ரகர சிவ 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 ரகர ரகர சிவ 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 ரகர ஐயா ஊனறிய உயிர் உடலறிய மோன போன பெருவழியை நான் அறிய ஆனறிய பெண்ணறிய ஆதி சிதம்பரம் நான் அறிய சிவ 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 ரகர ரகர சிவ 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 ரகர ரகர சிவ 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 ரகர ரகர சிவ 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 ரகர சாமி உன்னது பொருளது கண்டறிய போகமும் மோகமும் கொண்டறிய ஆசை பேராசை அறிந்தறிய அம்பலமாடியை மறந்தறிய சிவ 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 ரகர ரகர 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 சிவ 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 ரகர ரகர சிவ 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 ரகர ரகர ஐயா சிவ 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 ரகர ரகர சிவ 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 ரகர ரகர ஆகம வேதங்கள் படித்தறிய 6 குளங்களில் குடித்தறிய யாகமும் யோகமும் செய்தறிய ஓமுகம் பார்த்து பணிந்த சிவ 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 ரகர ரகர 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 சும்மா ஒருபோது இருந்தறிய சுத்த அசுத்தங்கள் பார்த்தறிய ஆத்மனிவே செய்தறிய அர்த்தநாரீசன் அடி சிறிய சிவ 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 ரகர ரகர சிவ 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 ரகர ரகர சிவ 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 ரகர ரகர சிவ 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 ரகர சாமி நனவரிய கனக சபாவரி அடி சிறிய சிவ 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 ரகர ரகர 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 ஐயா சிவ 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 ரகர ரகர சிவ 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 ரகர ரகர இரவறிய ஒரு பகலறிய இறப்பும் பிறப்பு நான் அறிய வரவறிய கை செலவறிய பரசிவ திருவடி மறந்தறிய சிவ 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 ரகர ரகர சிவ 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 ரகர ரகர சிவ 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 ரகர ரகர சிவ 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 ரகர சாமி சூதறிய கொடுவாதறிய சூத்திரம் சாத்திரம் நான் அறிய தீதறிய நன்மை சிறிதறிய திகம்பர தேசிகன் அடி சிறிய சிவ 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 ரகர ரகர சிவ 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 ரகர ரகர சிவ 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 ரகர ரகர சிவ 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 ரகர சாமி வழியறிய கொண்ட வழியறிய பாவ புண்ணியம் நான் அறிய குலமறியேன் பிறர் நலமறிய கண்டன மறந்தறிய சிவ 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 ரகர ரகர சிவ 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 அரகர அரகர சிவ 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 அரகர அரகர சிவ 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 அரகர அரகர சுகமறிய துக்கமறிய சொந்தமும் பந்தமும் நான் அறிய அகமறிய சுத்த புறமறிய அரும்பெருஞ்சோதி அடி சிறிய சிவ 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 அரகர அரகர 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 ஐயா சிவ 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 அரகர அரகர சிவ 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 அரகர சிவ 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 அரகர அரகர சிவ 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 அரகர யோகி ஐயா சிவ 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 அரகர சாமி தோப்பு ஐயா சிவ 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 அரகர அரகர சிவ 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 அரகர அரகர Namah Shivaya, Shiva Om Namah Shivaya, Om Namah Shivaya, Shiva Om Namah Shivaya. Sada Shiva Brahmam காட்டும் சதா சிவன் ரூபம் சராசரம் எல்லாம் உன் சரீர சம்பந்தம் சதா திசைகள் உன் நாடை மலைகள் உன் மகுடம் கலைகள் உன் வாக்கு சித்தம் சிவன் போக்கு காஞ்சி தவ பீடம் கண்டதும் சீலம் காம கோடிமை கடந்த அருட்ஜோதி திசைகள் உன் நாடை மலைகள் உன் மகுடம் கலைகள் உன் வாக்கு சித்தம் சிவன் போக்கு காஞ்சி தவ பீடம் கண்டதும் சீலம் காம கோடிமை கடந்த அருட்ஜோதி வானம் வசம் இருந்தும் நீ ஊனுடம்பெடுத்த சிவம் உந்தும் உயிர்த்திருக்கும் இந்த அண்டம் உந்தன் வசம் தண்டக மண்டலம் தாங்கும் பரகுரு மண்டலம் குண்டலி சிரம் தாங்கும் ஸ்ரீ குரு மண்டலம் சதா சிவ பிரம்மம் காட்டும் சதா சிவன் ரூபம் சராசரம் எல்லாம் உன் சரீர சம்பந்தம் ஓம் நம சிவாய ஹர ஓம் நம சிவாய ஓம் நம சிவாய சிவ ஓம் நம சிவாய. சூற்றுமம் வழிகள் பரிமள செவிகள் அணிவது விண்மீன்கள் படைப்பில் வேதமயம் பார்வை சிவயோகம் நடையில் கம்பீரம் ராஜ நரசிம்மம் சூரியன் விழிகள் சூற்றுமம் வழிகள் பரிமள செவிகள் அணிவது விண்மீன்கள் படைப்பில் வேதமயம் பார்வை சிவயோகம் நடையில் கம்பீரம் ராஜ நரசிம்மம் ஆள் காட்டி விரலோடு பெருவிரலை சேர்த்த விதம் கால் காட்டியமையாளும் ஸ்ரீருத்ர சதாசிவம் மனதினில் எப்பொழுதும் குரு ஈசா உன் நாட்டி மறவாது கைதொழுவோம் தருவாயே அருளாசி சதாசிவ பிரம்மம் காட்டும் சதாசிவன் ரூபம் சராசரம் எல்லாம் உன் சரீர சம்பந்தம் சதாசிவ பிரம்மம் காட்டும் சதாசிவ.
ஓம் நித்யானந்தேஸ்வர பரமசிவ சமாரம்பாம் नित्यानन्देश्वरि परमशक्तिमध्यमाम् अस्मदाचार्यपर्यन्ताम् वन्दे गुरुपरम्पराम्. I welcome you all with my love and respect. I welcome all the devotees, disciples, Samajis, Satsangis, Shri Mahans, Mahans, Tanedar Kotari, visitors, viewers, everyone sitting with us all over the world with my love and blessings. Paramashiva's message directly from Kailasa. Listen. Conscious sovereignty. Consciousness is the ultimate for any being, not just human being. Consciousness is the ultimate for any being, not just human being. The very purpose Paramashiva manifesting as incarnation, this incarnation and manifesting Kailasa is to make every being realize the conscious sovereignty. Listen. It's for all of you, all beings, not just human beings, all beings, to realize conscious sovereignty. Paramashiva is manifesting as this incarnation and manifesting Kailasa. So understand, this conscious sovereignty more deeply, clearly. Even if you just understand what is conscious sovereignty, you will start manifesting it. Because this powerful truth can manifest in you just by Shravana, listening. Conscious sovereignty means you are conscious being, realizing, understanding the truth. You are conscious being. If you are able to see me, hear me, please wave your hands. If you are able to see me, hear me, please wave your hands. Because the truths I am revealing are very important. Too important? listen. If you are able to see me, hear me, please wave your hands, because I am revealing some of the important truths, great truths, which you can't afford to miss. Shravana, listening, will make you enlightened. Just listening can make you enlightened. If you are able to see me, hear me, please wave your hand.
ஜென்மமாய் செய்த தவமோ உற்ற நண்பனாய் நித்யானந்தனும் வந்து உதித்தான் ஜென்மமாய் செய்த தவமோ உற்ற நண்பனாய் நித்யானந்தனும் வந்து உதித்தான் காக்கும் இறையே நட்பின் உருவாய் களிப்பால் கட்டு கடங்கா மகிழ்வு கொண்டே மலை போல் வரும் துயர் யாவையும் துடிப்போதினில் கொடியாக்கிட புயலாய் வருவான் துணையென வருவான் ஜென்மமாய் செய்த தவமோ உற்ற நண்பனாய் நித்யானந்தனும் வந்து உதித்தான் கருவங்களை தடம் மாற்றிட வெடிப்பான் தலை தூக்கிடும் கருவங்களை தடம் மாற்றிட வெடிப்பான் பின் கருணை மழையாய் பொழிவான் தினம் கருணை மழையாய் மறியாதொரு மழலை மொழி பேசி இந்த மகிழ்வை தளர்த்திட செய்வான் நித்தின் மகிழ்வை தளர்த்திட செய்வான் இந்த மகிழ்வை தளர்த்திட செய்வான் நித்தின் மகிழ்வை தளர்த்திட செய்வான் ஜென்மமாய் செய்த தவமோ உற்ற நண்பனாய் நித்யானந்தன் வந்து உதித்தான் மனம் கொண்ட எண்ணங்கள் யாவும் வெகுண்டோட தியானங்கள் தந்திடுவான் யுகம் காக்கும் நித்யானந்த
Listen. If you are able to see me and hear me, please wave your hands. If you are able to see me and hear me, please wave your hands. If you are able to see me, hear me, please wave your hands. So I know you are able to see me, hear me. Yes. Listen. Listen. Paramashiva's direct message from Kailasa. Listen. Conscious sovereignty. The very purpose of all beings, not just human beings, all beings, is to experience conscious sovereignty. The very purpose why Paramashiva manifesting as this incarnation and manifesting, realizing and manifesting the truth. You are consciousness. You may have intelligence, mind, body, various layers. But you are consciousness. Your layers are not you. You are consciousness. The core substance out of which you are made, or the core existence of you, the core unit of you is consciousness. You may have mind, you may have body, you may have all the other things like a wealth, relationships, but you are consciousness. Second, consciousness is the ultimate. Third, declaring the sovereignty of your consciousness. Declaring sovereignty of your consciousness. Your consciousness is the supreme, most powerful, highest, your consciousness is most powerful, highest existence. Listen. Whether the yoga you are asked to do, stretching your body, or pranayama you are asked to do, like a cohesive, coherent breathing pattern, or the puja, the worship you are asked to do, or listening to these great truths and internalizing everything. In Hinduism, everything is to make you conscious sovereignty. Listen. From your conscious sovereignty, when you manifest your health, the health becomes eternal, permanent. From your conscious sovereignty, if you manifest economical independence, that becomes eternal, permanent and good to you and to the society, because a conscious sovereign being will never harm society and generate wealth. Understand? There are many people wealthy by grabbing, centralizing, redistributing, not by generating. The real wealth is always generation focused, generating focused, not just redistribution or grabbing. A conscious being will be wealthy by generating, not by grabbing or redistribution, being part of this redistribution loop. So understand, a conscious being, when he declares his conscious sovereignty and manifests health, it will be an absolute perfect health. He knows how long to live and he knows when to leave. I can give the example of Paramahamsa Yogananda. Even after leaving the body, his body did not go through any symptoms of death, deterioration of death. My own Guru, Isaki Swami, 3 days after death, his body was just fresh, alive. My Guru Kuppamal asked, Bhagavan, please do Bhatmasana, we have to keep you in Jiva Samadhi. His body just locked itself in Bhatmasana and we kept in Jiva Samadhi. Understand? A being manifests health from his conscious sovereignty will be ultimate health. Being manifesting economical independence from his conscious sovereignty will be not only wealthy forever, his wealth will do good to him and to the world. The methodology he adopts for becoming wealthy will do good to him and for the society. It will always be generating, creating, manifesting, not manipulating or grabbing, stealing, or being part of this redistribution loop. I want all of you to spend a little time and understand what I say about wealth. If you read Agamas, understand the economic policies of Paramashiva. If you understand the economic policies of Paramashiva,
தருணம் தலைவனாய் அழைக்க கருணைய நித்யம் கருணையில் இறங்கினான். கருத்துடன் மெதுவாகவே அமர்ந்து கண் விழித்திட என்னே பணிவாய் அழைத்தே புத்தம் புது மலராய் மலர்ந்து சற்றே ஒரு புன்னகை புரிந்து பித்தன் புவி காத்திடும் நித்யானந்தா விண்ணோர் மண்ணோர் தோள் மீசன் நித்யாச்சலன் எனும் நேசன் பெருந்துயர் நீக்கிடும் நித்யானந்தா மனமொரு தருணம் தலைவனாய் அழைக்க கருணையில் நித்யன் கருணையில் இறங்கினான். கங்கை நீர் கலந்தெந்த தலைவனை நீராடிட அழைப்பேன். பாங்காய் வெண்பட்டாடிதனை அழகாக உடுத்திட கொடுப்பேன். நித்தியம் பூசனை செய்ய ஆயத்தம் செய்து முடிப்பேன். மானுடனாய் பூமியை ஆடும் நித்யனை நாடும் துதிப்பேன். காத்திடுவான் 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 என்று மனமொரு தருணம் தலைவனாய் வாழ்வை வளமாகவே மாற்றும் ஞானம் தன்னை தந்தைமையேற்றும் நித்யன் சொற்பொழிவெல்லாம் தினம் தவறாத கேட்பேன். சித்தம் சுத்தம் செய்விக்கும் தெய்வ சொற்கள் எல்லாம்
Listen. If you are able to see me and hear me, please wave your hands. Sorry for the technical glitch. Please listen. If you are able to see me, hear me, please wave your hands. If you are able to see me, hear me, please wave your hands. If you are able to see me, hear me, please wave your hands. Yes. Shiva Yoga, I'm seeing everything you guys are doing and enjoying. Yes, good. Listen, I'll repeat. I can see you all guys and I can see all of you waving. Yes. Now listen. Sorry for the technical glitch. I will repeat, because my purpose is for all of you to manifest this conscious sovereignty. I'm going to give more and more detailed revelations about this conscious sovereignty. Listen. Realizing your consciousness and realizing consciousness is the ultimate, and declaring your conscious sovereignty and making your life manifesting conscious sovereignty in every level. Your health should be centered on conscious sovereignty. You should manifest physical health from the great realization of conscious sovereignty. You should manifest mental health from the great realization of conscious sovereignty. I tell you, 99% of your problems are mental health related. Only in this pralaya, I can see how people are creating real problems because of their imaginary, delusory mental problems. Listen. The imaginary, delusory mental problems, they are not able to handle and make decisions, create real problems, physical problems. This whole pralaya, the worst thing is, it cheats you left, right, center, and the empty mind is devil's workshop. The word will become reality in this pralaya. You go on imagining things, get deluded, and you really feel your delusions are really, really real. That's the worst thing. You should manifest mental health from conscious sovereignty. You should manifest wealth from conscious sovereignty. You should manifest powers from conscious sovereignty. You should manifest enlightenment from conscious sovereignty. Conscious sovereignty should be the center, core truth. The career decision you make, the decisions you make in your life, where to live, how to live, the relationship decisions, health related decisions, wealth related decisions, the activities you are supposed to perform every day, the words you will be uttering every day, everything you should decide from conscious sovereignty. do Vakyartha Satas and Jivartha Satas on this conscious sovereignty subject. I'll help you to experience more and more the truth about the conscious sovereignty. Then you will understand how to do. Your devotion should be centered on conscious sovereignty. Your surrender should be centered on conscious sovereignty. Your enlightenment should be centered on conscious sovereignty. Your power manifestation should be centered on conscious sovereignty. Your love should be centered on conscious sovereignty. Your lust should be centered on conscious sovereignty. Your passion should be centered on conscious sovereignty. Love people who support you to experience and manifest conscious sovereignty. Enjoy the physical intimacy with people who are filled with the bio-memory of conscious sovereignty and manifest the same in you when you share your body with them. Whether your love, your lust, your intimacy, your career, your wealth, your health, all decisions make based on conscious sovereignty. Kailasa is here to make all the beings experience conscious sovereignty. I am here to give you conscious sovereignty. Understand? Receiving the knowledge about the conscious sovereignty, freedom to live the lifestyle of conscious sovereignty, supporting mechanism, the ecosystem to manifest conscious sovereignty, this should be the goal of every human being. This should be the goal of every human being. The whole purpose of Kailasa is setting a model community of conscious sovereignty. Where your health, everything is centered on conscious sovereignty and you are supported intensely to manifest conscious sovereignty. And you can learn from this model community and take it and manifest this wherever you are. That is the way I am manifesting this whole Kailasa. See, here I am manifesting. If you want to come and be part of this community, you are welcome. But if you want to come and learn and go back and manifest this same ecosystem wherever you are free to do. I support, encourage, give you all the support system for you to manifest this conscious sovereignty centric ecosystem. Wherever you are, that's the way I am making this Kailasa. It is fundamentally conscious sovereignty centric, helping every being to manifest conscious sovereignty. When you start manifesting conscious sovereignty, the patterns which binds you, chains you, will all become irrelevant. Not only they will disappear, you will break them, they will just become irrelevant. The mind which binds you, chains you, will become irrelevant, You will manifest supermind, which manifests all powers. Extreme joy, ecstasy, bliss, completion, powers. I'll give you some deeper understandings about this conscious sovereignty. It is such highly matured, enlightening truth. Even if you understand, you will start manifesting. Say, declare you are Paramashiva, the ultimate conscious being. Even your self-doubt, self-hatred, self-denial, all these are part of your rejuvenation. Paramashivatva. You don't need to be afraid of it. You forget
Nithyananda, Nithyananda, Nithyananda. ஒரு தருணம் தலைவனாய் அழைக்க மனம் ஒரு தருணம் தலைவனாய் அழைக்க கருணையில் நித்யன் கருணையில் இறங்கினான் மனம் ஒரு தருணம் தலைவனாய் அழைக்க கருணையில் நித்யன் கருணையில் இறங்கினான் அகமத நீருளை க்ஷணமது கலைந்து மகனிட தியானமதை நித்யன் வழங்கினான் அகமத நீருளை க்ஷணமது கலைந்து மகனிட தியானமதை நித்யன் வழங்கினான் பணிவோடு கனிவாய் அன்புடன் வணங்க நித்யனின் தாசன் நீ என அருளினான் பணிவோடு கனிவாய் அன்புடன் வணங்க நித்யனின் தாசன் நீ என அருளினான் பிறவியின் உயர்ந்த பயனதை அடைய பரவசம் மிகுந்த நிலைக்கென்னை உயர்த்தினான் பிறவியின் உயர்ந்த பயனதை அடைய பரவசம் மிகுந்த நிலைக்கென்னை உயர்த்தினான் மனம் ஒரு தருணம் தலைவனாய் அழைக்க கருணையில் நித்யன் கருணையில் இறங்கினான் காலை அவன் காலடியினிலே கருத்துடன் மெதுவாகவே அமர்ந்து கண் விழித்திட ஐயா என்றே பணிவாய் அழைப்பேன் புத்தம் புது மலராய் மலர்ந்து சற்றே ஒரு புன்னகை புரிந்து பித்தன் புவி காத்திடும் நித்யானந்தா விண்ணோர் மண்ணோர் தோழும் ஈசன் நித்யாச்சலன் எனும் நேசன் பெருந்துயர் நீக்கிடும் நித்யானந்தா மனம் ஒரு தருணம் தலைவனாய் அழைக்க கருணையில் நித்யன் கருணையில் இறங்கினான் கங்கை நீர் கலந்தெந்தன் தலைவனை நீராடிட அழைப்பேன் பாங்காய் வெண்பட்டா
Listen. Listen. The truth I am talking, I am revealing is too powerful, needs continuously to be explained for few hours. So I'll explain the physics of conscious sovereignty, chemistry of conscious sovereignty, biology of conscious sovereignty in further satsangs. Now understand the importance and introduction about conscious sovereignty. Do Vakyartha Sadas and Jivartha Sadas about this. I'll explain the further truths in the further satsang. With this, I bless you all. Let's all radiate with integrity, authenticity, responsibility, enriching, causing, living, collective integrity, Paramadvaitam, Shuddhadvaita Saivam, the state, space, powers, being, superconsciousness, and Kailas of Paramashiva. Paramashivoham, Om Nithyananda Paramashivoham, the eternal bliss, Nithyananda. Thank you. Be blissful.
श्रीकैलासोन्नतद्वादशान्तश्यामलापीठारूढ श्रीमीनाक्षि सुन्दरेश्वरा भिन्नस्वरूप परशिवपुत्र रत्न कुमार गुरुमण्यतुल्यावतार श्रीपार्वती स्तन्यपानलब्ध दिव्यज्ञान विश्रुत सकल निगमागम सारभूत द्राविड वेद प्रवक्त्रे श्रीमत्परमशिव करुणा समधिगत मुक्तामय चतुरश्रयान गीयमान छत्र चामर श्रीचिह्न काहलादि समस्त बिरदावल्यलङ्कृत ज्ञान विज्ञान चक्रवर्ती सर्वजन संघ सद्यो निर्वाण दीक्षा व्ययापवर्गवर्ष विश्राण जीमूत परमत कलभ केसरी शैव सिद्धान्त स्थापनाचार्य श्रीराजाधिराज पाण्ड्य महाराज गुरु क्षपण शाक्यादि महान्धकार निवारण ज्ञान भानु वीक्षणानर्हार्ह ध्वजोच्छेदन पूर्वक श्रीमद्वृषभध्वज स्थापक शैव समय कर्त्रे सर्वज्ञ पीठारूढ श्री जगद्गुरु श्री ज्ञान संबंध देशिक स्वामी वागीश सुंदर माणिक्य वाचक स्वामिनाम् अवतार भूत श्री ज्ञान संबंध स्वामी पुनरुद्धृत श्यामला पीठ सर्वज्ञ पीठ त्रिनवत्युत्तर द्विशततम गुरु महासन्निधान अरुणगिरि योगीश्वर परम्परागत अरुणाचल सर्वज्ञ पीठ गुरु महासन्निधान कैलास परम्परागत काञ्ची कैलास सर्वज्ञ पीठ त्रयस्त्रिंशदुत्तर द्विशततम गुरु महासन्निधान नित्योत्सव नित्य मंगल नित्य कल्याण नित्य रजित कैलास परम्परागत आदि कैलास नित्यानंद पीठ महासंस्थान महासिंहासन पीठ कर्तः साक्षात् श्री परमशिव समुद्भूत कैलास परम्परागत वैवस्वत मनु इक्ष्वाकु हरिश्चन्द्र भगीरथ श्रीरामचन्द्र शूरसेन इत्यादि अनवच्छिन्न सार्वभौम चक्रवर्ति परम्परागत चतुष्षष्टि योगिनी मंडित चतुष्षष्टि संप्रदाय प्रवर्तक मनुधर्म शासन सूर्यवंश प्राप्त सर्वज्ञ पीठ सुरांगी साम्राज्य मूर्धाभिषिक्त चूडामणे साक्षात् श्री परमशिव समुद्भूत कपिल महागुरु पुनरुद्धृत महानिर्वाणि पीठ अष्टोत्तर सहस्र श्री महामण्डलेश्वर साक्षात् श्री परमशिव सिंहासनाभिषिक्त समस्त गणनायक श्री महागणपति समारंभ अनवच्छिन्न पीठाधीश्वर गुरु परंपरा प्राप्त अटल पीठ अष्टोत्तर सहस्र श्री अटल पीठाधीश्वर धर्म मुक्ति स्वर्गपुर स्वर्ण पीठ त्रयोविंश गुरु महासन्निधान कैलास परम्परागत आदिपीठ सर्वज्ञ पीठ जगद्गुरो श्री कैलास पुनरुद्धारक श्री कैलास परमाचार्य श्रीमत्परमहंस परिव्राजकाचार्य वर्य सच्चिदानंद प्रणव स्वरूप श्रोत्रिय ब्रह्मनिष्ठ श्रीमज्जगद्गुरु श्रीलश्री भगवत् श्री नित्यानंद परमशिव श्री ज्ञान संबंध देशिक परमाचार्य स्वामिन् अत्रागत्य परिपाल्य च अस्मान् विज्ञानवितरणेन विजयी भव जय जय।